5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock on Wednesday, February 3rd. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. At this time, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call.
Thank you, President Briones. Roll call. We have member Mrs. Torres-Segrest.
Present.
Thank you. Member Mr. Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Clerk Mr. David Diaz.
Here.
And Vice President Mr. Carlos Salcedo.
Present.
President Lorenzo Briones.
Present.
And our student member, Citlali Palacios.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, Mrs. Torres de Segrest, if you'll give us the honor of leading us in the flag salute.
Yes, it will be my pleasure. Would you please get your right hand? You can stand up, and put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrest. At this time, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda or any amendments.
Mr. Briones,
Mr. Diaz, go ahead.
I would like to move to approve the agenda with the amendment to bring item 21 to the top, regular agenda item number 21 to the top of the regular agenda section.
Got it. Item 21, discussion and consideration of instructional plan for term 4 of the 2021 spring semester. If there's no objection to that, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote on the approval.
Thank you. We'll start off with member Torres de Segrest.
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. Member Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved. Moving on to item number 2, consider approval of minutes for the January 6, 2021 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrest. Is there any discussion or corrections? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Once again, we have member Torres de Segrest.
Aye.
Member Padilla.
Aye.
Member Diaz.
Aye.
Member Salcedo.
Aye.
And member Briones.
Aye.
The count is 5-0.
Thank you. The minutes are approved for our January 6th meeting. Moving on to item number 3, public comments. At this time, we have numerous public comments that were submitted. I will start tonight with Mr. Ricardo Padilla.
Yes, thank you, Board President Briones. I've got 3 things that I'd like to address. The first one is that our board communications, it's section F of the agenda. Once again, I would like to see if I have any of my colleagues that would support bringing it to the front of the agenda. I went and took a look at our neighboring school districts and the city of El Monte, and all of the communications from the council or from the board come at the beginning. And I think that would be a great idea if we could put it right after the union representative reports. And I say that because there's times that we want to communicate some information and it comes at the end of the meeting and not everybody sticks around. So that's one suggestion that I wanted to put out there for our board communications and roundtable, if it could come at the beginning of the meeting when the public is watching and is very attentive. Secondly, I would like to talk about, we received a letter from a CSEA employee, and I will not disclose his name for confidentiality, but I did not ignore reading that the person has sent out 3 emails to our assistant superintendent of human resources, and that the emails have gone unanswered or ignored. And so, Dr. Zuniga, I would like us to have this discussion in closed session and find out why the Human Resources Assistant Soup is ignoring a CSEA employee, specifically 3 emails with what's stated on the letter. So that's my second item. And then my third item is that we received a letter from the Los Angeles County Office of Education General Counsel talking to us as board members about the do's and don'ts of social media and text and so on and so forth. That was dated social media and the Brown Act, and it was dated January 28th. I thought it was overkill to, on top of getting the LACO letter from LACO, to also get one from our own legal counsel. I did not appreciate that email that we got from our own legal counsel, and I feel that it was targeting, one particular board member on our board, and that was not okay. I think that everything that happened with the chain or the thread that Dr. Zuniga created, it was Dr. Zuniga's goof up to put the wrong number, and the wrong person got put on that thread with the communications that were going back and forth between board members. And I just think that all of this could have been avoided if Dr. Zuniga could just take responsibility that he goofed up and that he put the wrong person's number on the thread, called that person, and the problem would have been fixed. You know, when something goes wrong, you just have to take responsibility. And I think that that's what Dr. Zuniga needs to do. You messed up. You're not human. I mean, you're human. You're not perfect, just like many of us. And I think that would have been a whole lot easier than getting a second communication from our legal counsel. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Moving on to we have Mrs. Anya Spalding Avila. She submitted a letter this evening, and I'll read it into public comments for her. My name is to superintendent and board members. Sorry, let me set a timer because it is kind of lengthy, but I want to keep to the 3 minutes. To superintendent and board members, my name is Anya Spalding Avila. I currently work for the Adult Transition Program as a paraeducator and have worked in education for a total of 6 years. I am also an alumni of Rosemead High School and grew up in Rosemead. I'm submitting this comment today to address my concerns and the concerns of many over the reopening of learning pods. The pandemic has impacted our communities and our everyday lives in a way we never expected it to. Many of us have lost family members, and many of us live with the constant fear that a family member or ourselves will contract the virus. I believe that it is very unsafe and inappropriate to reopen learning pods when there are still over 3,000 new COVID cases reported daily in Los Angeles County. So few in our community have been vaccinated, and more contagious variants continue spreading in California. In the Almani Union High School District, I believe it is reckless to ask paraeducators to attend pods in person when we are not provided health insurance through our employment. Due to my personal circumstances, I do not have health insurance. Please consider how stressful it is to be required by my employer to place my personal health and safety at risk, knowing that any medical necessities could bankrupt me. The first time learning pods were introduced, we were ensured our safety would be of the highest priority and that all measures would be taken to minimize the spread. While the district may prioritize employees' health, the district cannot ensure everyone will follow safety guidelines, as we saw during the last pods phase. Students would come back to school after the weekend and tell us about a vacation to Mexico or Las Vegas. Some would share how they had such a fun weekend with their family at their cousin's party where many people attended. Yet parents would answer no to all of the COVID-related questions. Also, transportation presents an issue as students from the different pods were mixing up in the same bus, and we would hear about transportation drivers commingling with other drivers. All of this puts staff and students at risk. I've been told time and time again that we need to set the example. What example are we setting? That it is okay to put our staff and students at risk? We should take the example of other countries such as New Zealand and Australia that have not had a COVID outbreak in months because their priority was and is the safety of all. Like all Californians, I am heartened that various indicators suggest the peak is behind us. However, now is not the time to ease up on restrictions and safety measures. With indoor dining and more businesses reopening, schools cannot afford to return in person. Our local government needs to make the difficult choices now so that we can more quickly return to our way of life. Unless we see low community spread along with a fair and quick rollout of vaccinations, it is simply reckless to encourage in-person interactions. Or has our local government given up on getting this virus under control as soon as possible? Has the district decided it cannot wait for staff to be vaccinated before ordering our in-person return? I understand and agree that our students deserve and need a proper Education. I also believe that I and many of my fellow paraeducators and staff are doing an outstanding job from the safety of our homes. The students in the class I work for continue to receive the same services and resources they were receiving when we were physically in school. And I'll just read this last paragraph. I understand that online learning is not the best way to learn for many, but in our current conditions, it ensures the safety of all. We should be more focused on how we can help our students with the emotional impacts this pandemic has brought on instead of trying to bring them back to school while it is not safe. Our institutions can accommodate the disruption in students' learning and find creative ways to make up for this difficult year, but we cannot restore health or lives lost. I love my job and I look forward to the day we can all go back to school safely without the stress and anxiety of COVID. Sincerely, Anya Spalding Avila. Thank you, Mrs. Spalding Avila, for your comments tonight. And let me just check one thing because we received numerous comments on a particular topic tonight. And I want to see if there were any further submissions. Nope, that was it. Okay. So we received 37 letters from students at Rosemead High School, all on the same topic. So I'm going to summarize the 37 comments as they were all either similar in language or addressing the same topic. Online distance learning has been very stressful because there is a lot of information to absorb in a short amount of time, and tons of homework is being assigned that burns students out. I would like to request a day where students are able to concentrate on their mental health and to relieve their stress from school. Another comment, the workload from school during difficult times like now in COVID-19 takes a negative toll on many students. Not only do we have to worry about our academic life, but we also have to worry about the issues regarding the virus. These factors often overwhelm us, and it would be very helpful to have a day off where students can reflect on their mental health in the middle of all this chaos. This could also be helpful to staff members as well, because they could feel the same way as we are all human beings. And a third comment, and this one's a little bit lengthier. We've seen Gabrielino High School recently had a change to their academic schedule. In this change, the school is giving them a day, Wednesday, where students can focus on their mental health. From what I was told, they have a 30-minute period where they focus on their mental health and deal with their stress over distance learning. The rest of the day, they can attend their teacher's breakout room if they need any assistance on homework. I believe this change is crucial for the great majority of students, such as myself, that are already feeling the stress and mental fatigue of work through online learning. In addition to the lack of social interactions, many students are confined to their homes with little ability to reinvigorate themselves and have to catch up on not only our academic workload, but on the care of our family members who might have been affected by COVID-19 at this time. The amount of stress that students have been affected for the past 11 months is starting to catch up to us and for many students. The benefit of this can help various students catch up on their coursework and aid them with the benefit that they have more time to spend with their loved ones who are suffering right now from COVID-19. Additionally, it gives us time to catch up and fix our habits for those that didn't do so already. We've seen how the lack of social interaction and cancellation of sports have affected our peers. This day can change that and give our peers time to fix themselves and continue to find ways to cope with their emotions during the pandemic. These comments were all submitted by students from Rosemead High School, and I'll read off their names. Dylan Trong, Aaron Tran, Jasmine Nguyen, Caitlin Tran, Katina Trong, Emily Dam, Kylie Tang, Tiem Lee, Kelly Nguyen, Lin Pham, Kayla Vo, Shelly Fang, Jessica Ta, Stephanie Trin, Andrew Fang, Kimberly Jacinto, Stephanie Trin, David Granados, Kester Handeman, Daryl Wei, Lin Pham, Faith Rincon, Van Chen, Kevin Lee, Lin Lu, Irene Wong, Katie Tran, Devin Poo, Anonymous, Wendy Pham, Nat Nguyen, Kelly Chan, Catherine Liu, Devin Poon, Vincent Zhu, Ryan Ung, Kelly New, Starlene Chow, and Dominic Zhang. Thank you to those students who submitted their comments tonight to the Board of Trustees. This concludes the public comments that were submitted online. Dr. Zuniga, were there any additional public comments submitted by a member of the public? Dr. Zuniga, you're muted.
I see no public comments submitted after the fact, so we have no more public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to those of you from the community who submitted your comments tonight. Moving on to item number 4, communication from union representatives of the Almani Union Educators Association and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 11. Dr. Zuniga, are there any representatives on the line today?
Yeah, thank you. I believe Ms. Brazil was joining us this evening. Ms. Brazil, are you online with us today? I'm not sure if she's made it. Okay, while we wait for Ms. Brazil, if she's going to be.
Hello?
There
Hi.
she is.
Are you
Hello?
there? Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I kept pressing *6 and nothing was happening. Hello, everyone.
Good
Good
evening.
evening. We didn't see each other last month, so I want to first extend my belated but nonetheless sincere wishes for all of you for a joyous, healthy, safe, and successful new year. May we return to normalcy soon. Oh my goodness. Definitely things have been looking up as news and updates about vaccines improve with every passing day. But yet I feel the same as the public comment that Mr. Board President, you read earlier, as daily case rates finally are in decline, little by little. We're still in a region very much in peril. I looked up numbers today, 3,763 new cases reported just yesterday in LA County. And specifically in Almani, a current case rate of 13,610 per 100,000 residents. And these are numbers from the LA County Department of Health website. Just in this past week, on a personal level, I've had 2 students say that they had contracted COVID-19, but still attended class every day. Oh, such brave souls. And at least half of my students, at least half that were willing to say it, have reported to me that they've had COVID or been exposed to it since the pandemic began. With the Super Bowl weekend upon us and the history of upticks that we've seen in cases at every holiday since the pandemic began, I fear that we are going to experience yet another surge going into the next couple weeks worth of health data. I know that while you're not making a final decision today about the last term of the school year, you'll be discussing it later on this evening. While I know that you're monitoring this data week by week, the data, I think we can safely say that we're not in a good place, and my members are worried. I understand that you want to wait until February 17th to make that final decision about Q4, but my members have expressed that they do not want you to entertain taking risks on anyone's life, students, staff, or anyone else in our community. Also, from an instructional perspective, it seems folly to consider that we would possibly return to campus to a whole new way of learning and teaching for this last stretch of the school year, when we have been, for almost a year at this point, honing our skills in the distance learning format. To disrupt the classroom environment in this way would be problematic on a number of levels, as we already struggle with daily participation, daily engagement especially, socio-emotional issues, the DF rate, oh my goodness, amongst others. Please consider carefully that we finish the school year in the distance learning format to not only protect our physical health, but also the instructional health of our classrooms. It's sad to think that we would have spent an entire school year without physically seeing our students, reaching those milestones throughout the school year. But we have to be considerate of how we can best serve our students in this last quarter and help them be most successful, even if it's the saddest type of decision that we need to make. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Bazile, for your comments tonight. Dr. Zuniga, is there a representative from CSEA?
Mr. President Briones, Ms. Chambers is not able to make it this evening. She did provide me a request to read a statement that she has drafted for us this evening. I'd like to do that this time. So good evening, all. As we approach a decision to determine where the rest of the school year is going, I would like to say that CSA supports the decision to remain on the virtual distance learning until perhaps summer session or even up to August when the district starts the new school year of 21-22. All classified CSA employees miss the students and their jobs as they once were and are anxious to see everything return to somewhat normal again. But at the same time, we are all very concerned for our safety and that of our families. We feel that the rotating staggered schedule should continue in order to keep CSA employees safe, as we see the number of people getting sick increasing and are actually higher now than it was when the district closed down back in March of 2020. The learning pause and athletic pause should not be a priority at this time when the number of COVID cases are so high in our community. We have employees that have lost loved ones and sadly have lost some employees. We are asking for your support and that you please consider the safety of the entire district when making your decision tonight. Be safe and thank you for your time. This is Lisa Chambers, President, CSA Chapter 11.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and please relay our thanks to Mrs. Chambers for submitting that letter tonight.
Will do.
Okay, moving on to information, presentations, and recognitions. First up, we have our district instructional report. Dr. Zuniga, there's a presentation tonight. Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, thank you again, President Briones. This evening, we have a presentation from the district administration specific to the Educational Services Department. I'll have Mr. Larry Cecil make that formal introduction, and then we'll get started with the presentation on dual enrollment. Mr. Cecil?
Well, thank you, everybody. Just to let you know that our department has been very hard, especially Hillary Wolf, in working with our local community colleges. We started this whole endeavor off with South Monte High School 3 years ago now. And every year we're building more and more partnerships with our community colleges in our district. You'll see today's board agenda actually has 2 more MOUs, one with LA Trade Tech, one with PCC. We're excited about bringing them on board and providing additional opportunities for our students. Mrs. Wolf has been really hard. We actually had a great meeting, today, working with LA Trade Tech and offering programs that they have at their college, and they're excited to start working with us. So, Mrs. Wolf, go ahead and start your presentation. Again, we're really excited about this program, and I appreciate all the hard work that Hillary has put into this program. Go ahead, Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Eric, are you controlling the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I am not at home today, so I should not have any glitches in my presentation like I've had the last 2 times I've done this. So thank you for letting me talk about dual enrollment. It's been a very exciting ride, and I'm excited to share with you where we are. So first of all, I'll just review quickly, what dual enrollment is able to offer to our students. And then, as Mr. Cecil said, I can walk through just briefly the timeline of where we started and where we are with early college at South El Monte, and then moving to after school programs and CTE programs. I'll show you some of the statistics that show the growth and the success of our program, as well as Mr. Cecil said, we've got more partnerships in the works. And again, the sites have been really instrumental in providing that support and coming together in a collaborative way. So I'll talk about that for a bit, and then share how this really is a success story based on student testimonials. They're the ones who are getting the benefit from this program. So I really wanted you to hear from them what they like about it and how they're participating and what it's doing for them. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so just a refresher about what dual enrollment is. So this is a way to first give students credits that will transfer to their CSU or UC college careers. It introduces high school students to college level work by allowing them to take certain college courses for credit along with their regular high school classes. And the benefit of this is that while they're still in high school, they're able to take those more rigorous courses, but still take advantage of wraparound services like tutoring. And they can gain confidence about their college-ready future. They don't have to wonder if they can compete in college because they already are competing in a college class and being successful. Next, taking a college class saves them money. It's free while they're in high school, from the registration and the units to additional living expenses, and then even the books. So we're able to provide them again with that really supportive system. And then finally, one of the goals of career technical education was to give students college and career ready skills. So students can start in a dual enrollment CTE class in high school, like the auto shop classes at Monte or the computer coding class at Rosemead, and gain immediate access to higher level courses when they matriculate. They are that much closer to earning a certificate or an AA degree, which puts them on a faster career track. Or they can gain entry-level job skills, which can help them work their way through school. So they're earning money while they're still furthering their education. Thank you. So just a quick history of our timeline. Prior to 2017, we did have after-school classes, dual enrollment classes in the district. And as a result, we knew we needed to expand the success of these opportunities. So in 2017-2018 school year, the Early College Academy was launched at South El Monte. And when we launched it, we thought we would be lucky if we got one cohort with 30 students. And we ended up having 3 cohorts with over 100 students. And they have all stuck with it, and that program has just continued to grow. So the next year, 2018-19, we were able to take advantage of dual enrollment to provide a higher level CTE courses. So that way we could complete CTE sequences in a shorter amount of time without waiting for our kids to go through the entire system. Within high school, we were able to build in those CTE courses from the colleges. And that helped our students complete pathways. So for example, the auto program, as I mentioned, and the computer coding at Rio Hondo. The goal for this year was to have a class, a dual enrollment class available at every one of our sites. And so in the 2020-2021 school year, I am happy to say that every campus either has had or is having at least one dual enrollment class. And I'm especially proud about the fact that Fernando Ledesma has started their dual enrollment class yesterday. So students at Fernando Ledesma are getting an opportunity to participate in Counseling 101. Their books were delivered today, and that was a big deal for me. I really wanted those students to have access to these programs as well. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to click the slides before. That's not your fault. So one of the other pieces of evidence of our success was in 2019, South El Monte and Rio Hondo were fortunate enough to be able to present at the annual California Coalition of Early and Middle Colleges conference. They were able to bring their lessons learned about how to launch and lessons from the first year to the conference to share with districts all over the state. And then another example of our success is the numbers just keep growing. So here you can see just in really general terms that in 2019 and 2020, the number of students that we had, the number of campuses that had courses, the number of classes that were offered, and the number of sections of those classes, it grew from fall to spring. And then in 2020, 2021, we had even more than we had last fall. And again, we have more offered in the spring now than we did last spring. And then we just continue to keep growing. So as Mr. Cecil said, we've reached out this year to Pasadena City College and LA Trade Tech Community College. So while we remain committed to our strong partnership with Rio Hondo, Rosemead High School is actually in the PCC area. So we're excited that we are able to launch a dual enrollment partnership with PCC. And the plan is to start with a professional theater and stagecraft program in the fall, which would also be a CTE program. So it would be supporting both dual enrollment and CTE. And then we've also been working to establish partnerships with trade unions. That was something we started having conversations last year. And that led us to be able to work with LA Trade Tech and to branch out to them for a construction and carpentry pathway. So we're going to start launching that this summer with a prerequisite math course. And that way we'll be ready to have students enrolled in the fall. We have strong workforce development grant money that will also support this. And that enables us to work with the college and the trade unions to strengthen the school to work pipeline. And the Southwest Carpenters, they are excited to partner with us, and they'll be able to provide mentorship and ultimately apprenticeships for our students. So at first, each site selected their own point person to serve as a liaison between the school and the college. And that person has been able to connect with parents. They manage the registration forms for students, and they monitor student progress. So now as we've grown, we're able to share those resources and streamline the process at each of the campuses. So now it really is just a very smoothly running machine. And each school has common practices in regards to timelines, recruitment, and even things like how to welcome the college instructor to the campus or handle things like attendance and discipline. So we're getting all the necessary books, and we know how to manage the students' transcripts, and it's all just becoming very systematized. The college and career coordinators are supporting the process as well by assisting with the classification of the courses and making sure that they meet A through G requirements and ensuring that the articulation criteria is met. So finally, I want you to hear from the students themselves what they like about the program. I spoke with a few of our students who are currently enrolled to see why they joined, what they're getting out of it, and what would they tell other students about participating in dual enrollment. So I'd like to share their testimonials next. Can you tell us your name, grade, and where you go to school?
Yeah, so my name is Adriana Cervantes, and I am a junior at South El Monte High School.
My name is Christian Centeno. I am a junior at South El Monte High School.
My name is Elizabeth Amezquita. I'm a junior at South El Monte High School.
Hi, my name is Yelin de la Cruz, and I am a junior at South El Monte High School.
Hi, my name is Syria. I'm a senior in El Monte High School.
What dual enrollment classes are you taking?
I'm currently taking Administration of Justice, and I start Administration of Justice 105 on Monday.
I'm about to start a Math Survey 105, I believe. I just finished ASL last semester.
Last semester, I finished Music Appreciation, and then the upcoming semester, I'm taking Sociology.
For this year, last semester, I took Music Appreciation. And for this semester, I'm going to be taking Sociology.
As of last semester, I took Music Appreciation, and this semester I will be taking Sociology.
Why did you decide to participate in the dual enrollment program?
Honestly, I was really curious to see what these types of programs offered, and since it was like my first time, and the thought of taking high school classes and college classes at the same time, that really caught my attention.
I first heard of it before summer school, freshman year, and it just seemed intriguing. All information I got about it was just from the letter that was sent to my house, and it just seemed interesting, like taking a college class during high school. And also, I'm not exactly sure if it was on there, but I remember it saying that there were benefits to it, and obviously if you took a college course during high school, it would look better. So it just seemed intriguing, so I decided to sign up.
The reason why I decided to participate in the dual enrollment program is because I wanted to get ahead in my college readiness classes. I really wanted to be prepared to college, and I wanted to know how a college class would look like, the environment, and I really wanted to be prepared.
I decided to get involved because the first time I took it, it was psychology, and that's actually a major I was looking into for when I went to college. And then when they offered Administration of Justice, I thought it would be something that I would also look into. So I've been taking classes to see what I like to study the most.
I've been interested in dual enrollment because it allows challenging courses, and it overall helps us branch out to see what else is out there that high school might not offer for us. And it's all overall kind of fun, meeting new teachers and stuff, and finding new websites to complete the homework or little life hacks.
So tell me what you like about the classes you've taken so far.
Overall, it's helping me prepare to see what college might be like. And it helps me meet new people, introduces me to a whole lot of stuff that high school hasn't really offered for me. And it's like the classes, they've been helping me kind of like receive credits while I'm still like ASL. I took 2 semesters, so it counted for my like language. So I didn't have to use time for Spanish or something, and I could fill my schedule with other stuff that I needed more, like extra math classes and stuff like that.
So it's really helping you get ahead.
Yeah.
Jaylene.
What I am appreciating about is how the teachers treat us like if it was like a college class, like it makes us ready to be there, and also for the class in general, because I'm taking like a few classes that I wouldn't think of usually taking, but it's like a new subject that like it's interesting and I actually enjoyed learning about.
I really like that the professors introduce us to new materials, and my professors have always been really hands-on, and a lot of they're really interactive with their classes. So I feel like I'm getting more out of this class, and I'm also getting ahead by getting college and high school credit.
They're not your ordinary classes, right? Like so far, for example, other classes I've taken in other years were Chicano Studies, Child Development. I even took ASL, like for beginners. And it's just not stuff that you would usually have the opportunity to have in high school. Some things like Chicano Studies might be a little more like similar to what you would have, like it's kind of a history class, but it's still something else, something fresh. And it's not overly hard. It is a college course and you do get that vibe, but it's not like an AP test where the teachers are pressuring you to be ready to take the AP exam, where there's all that pressure to be ready by a certain time. It's just you got to keep up with your work, you got to stay focused, and you'll be fine like any other class.
So as for me, the Early College Academy helps you like take different classes, and I feel like those classes help you discover what you really like and helps you choose what career you want to take in the future. And I just feel like it helps you prepare for college at the same time, which is an amazing benefit.
What would you tell other students who are thinking about dual enrollment?
I would highly suggest you take advantage of these opportunities that are being offered to us as students. I mean, the benefits that these programs offered, they're amazing. And if you have the chance, I highly suggest you take it.
Don't be intimidated by what it sounds like. Because, yeah, it's a college course, but the counselors and stuff and the people who are organizing it, at least from what I've heard, they're trying to make it so it's not as difficult, like it's not the same as if you would go to college and take a class. They do to make it easier for students to adapt to the actual course. So it is more difficult. You will notice like a difference, but don't get intimidated, because at the end of the day, it's just another class that you can pass if you focus and, you know, give it your focus and everything.
I would tell them to do it because it's honestly something that they would really benefit from. It doesn't take a lot of time, and the professors are really understanding, and like every day you kind of want to go to class because there's always something new to do. There's always something interesting to learn about the world and how they're going to teach the class.
I would say do it because the college credits are there, and then they help us take like fill up our A through G requirements. And honestly, the options are fun. Like ASL, I had a lot of fun with my other classmates going through the struggles of trying to like, you know, do the homework or tell stories. So it was definitely fun.
I would say to don't be intimidated just because like it's an enrollment course or like a college course. Like each teacher that teaches a course has a different learning style, and it's not the same as what they're used to, like a high school teacher and everything. So if they decide like, oh, it's going to be the same, like don't be intimidated by that, because it's a different learning style, and like they don't really like force you, like it's your own pace. So it's actually a pretty good class. And how Liz said, it's pretty fun. For music appreciation, we listened to music that we liked and studied like different cultures of music. So it was pretty cool.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so I just have to say I had so much fun interviewing them. They were so sweet. But I also want to highlight that Syria Sanchez was also the winner of the California Coalition of Early and Middle College Spotlight Awards. That's given to honor outstanding dual enrollment students, and she is pursuing a career in criminal justice. And That's it. Any questions?
Mr. Briones, if I may.
Yes. First, thank you, Hillary, for your wonderful presentation. Much appreciated. Mr. Salcedo, go ahead.
Thanks. I think I speak for the Board of Trustees when I say that, when we have students who are so well-spoken and advocate for these type of programs, what better cheerleaders, right, to have than our own students. These 5 students, it was like Christian, Elizabeth, Jaylene, Adriana, and I think it was Syria, so well spoken, and they pretty much covered every single topic from the experience to, hey, sometimes just because it's cool to take a college class while you're a high school student. I mean, they covered the gamut. So I was very impressed with their ability to share, and hopefully this is something that we can share out to the rest of the student body so that they can see their peers talking about this wonderful program and the opportunities that it offers. But I did have a question for Hillary, and I don't know if some of the career counselors are here, but when it comes to selecting the courses that they're going to take, such as ASL or the music appreciation, how do we go about making sure that they are getting credit for their time, for the classes that they're taking? Because do we vet them? Do we make sure that an ASL class, it's going to be worth their time at a CSU?
Yeah, that's a great question. Dr. Melba Castro at Rio Hondo has been such a great partner, and one of the things that she provided for us was a small version of the catalog that highlights the courses that would be the best bet for our students because they transfer to both CSU and UC. Some of them have A through G, meet A through G requirements. So she compiled that list for us. South El Monte, they already were mapping out, because it was an early college academy with cohorts, they were already mapping out a 4-year plan for those students. The other schools who have done some CTE courses or some singletons, those are going to count for either just elective credit at this point or CTE credit. But what they're doing is they're giving students a taste of the program, and it's allowing us to see if this is something we can build into a cohort. Like, for example, Arroyo, they've launched a singleton class this year just to see how it runs, and it's just going to be an elective credit. But the hope is that next year we can start a cohort that leads to a speech and debate program that can matriculate right into Rio Hondo. So we've had really good conversations with Dr. Castro, and she's very adept at helping us map out like the best courses to choose that are going to serve the students the most.
So just 2 follow-up questions to that. So one, Dr. Castro follows up for Rio Hondo. Is there anybody on our staff that makes sure, like, just,
yes.
And the second thing is the classes that the students are taking, are they considered like freshman level at the university, or are we giving them remedial? I mean, I just want to make sure that it's something that we know they can use, and we're not just. I just want to make sure it's a good product.
Yeah. So your first question, yes, every site, we have a long checklist that we go through when we start launching dual enrollment at each site. And one of the first items on the checklist is who's the point person, because it's really important that there's that person who's the liaison between the college and our students. The college professors, because they're college professors, our parents actually can't just call them up and talk to them. So we have to have someone on site who serves as that go-between. That person has been at each site. They've as I said, they've done a great job of keeping track and monitoring the kids. There's a whole registration process that the kids have to go through. There are enrollment forms that need to be turned in. And then they keep track of the students throughout the semester and make sure that they're not falling behind. They check in with the professor to say, are there any discipline issues? We have a lot of kids who, they do very well, actually. It's very few who end up not making it. And we try to give them as many opportunities as we can to be successful. So that point person at each site is checking in very regularly and they're keeping track. And then your second question about, are the courses, what are they counting towards? So for the freshmen that started at South El Monte, we started with some easier courses because we wanted to build success. So it was things like Counseling 101, which is sort of a study skills research, what kind of career do you want kind of course. A library course, which provided research skills. Speech 101, which gives them public speaking tips and advice and things like that. So for the younger students, yeah, we start with some of those more generic courses that are going to build their skills. The CTE courses over at El Monte, those were the intermediate and advanced auto shop courses. So these are the professors who come from Rio Hondo, and we're actually working on cars. We refitted all the lifts over at El Monte, and they were doing mechanical work on those cars. So they were treating those students as, sophomore, junior level college students. So it sort of runs the gamut. We try to be age and developmentally appropriate for the students who are just starting. And then if they're juniors and seniors, we can give them harder courses.
And I like to add that all those classes at South El Monte are transferable to Fordham University. So even the Counseling 101 is a CSU transferable.
Right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a few comments and questions, Mr. President, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Ms. Hillary Wolf. Ever since you came to our school district, you've worked so hard and you've been so diligent in terms of reaching out to not just the businesses, but also to the universities and to the colleges. And so I just want to publicly acknowledge that and thank you for that. Watching these students today it just wowed me. It's amazing. And it reminds all of us as school board members that the decisions that we make affect these children. And I agree with how articulate these kids are, how well-spoken they are. And I love the overarching theme that I heard is that don't be afraid, try it out. And that they're all trying to discover, what subject or what area is going to interest them the most. And they're trying to find themselves. And that's exactly what we want. And what a better way to do it while you're still in high school before you, start spending that money. So that was great. A question I do have for you, Mrs. Wolf, is how many pathways do we have in El Monte Union High School District as a whole? How many pathways do we offer in our entire school district?
Off the top of my head, I want to say 16.
Okay, perfect. And then the next question I have is it possible for us to get a copy of the pathways by high school together with that point person that you are talking about? I would like to see which pathways, what courses that we're offering at what school. And then do we have any document like that we can provide for Arroyo or for Rosemead? I would like to see that with all the pathways and that point person. Do we have a document of that sort?
So on the district website, under the curriculum and instruction page, there's a CTE page. And on the cover page of that landing page shows all the pathways that are available. And then if you go by school, you can click on the school name and see the pathways that are specific to that school. In addition, we've also included infographics that show what kind of career skills that pathway offers, what is the projected job growth for that career pathway, what is the average earnings for people in those careers, and then there's an interest survey where kids can click on it and let their counselors know, hey, I'd like to learn more about this. We included the interest survey also on our pre-registration form.
Okay, great. So that's great to know that we could that document does exist. Dr. Zuniga, is it possible for us to get it in one of our memos, please?
Sure, we could add it on to Friday's memo. Not a problem.
I'll put it in Friday's memo.
Excellent, excellent. And again, just to be clear, like I want it by high schools. I want to compare what we offer at each school so that we could see who's got what and so forth. And then I want to ask this question of Mr. Cecil. How has the dual enrollment programs helped with lowering the class sizes, the number of students that we have in other classes? Has that helped us in any way, shape, or form now that the students are enrolled in some of these dual immersion courses? Has it made some of those other classes smaller?
It has at South Amani. We have 300 kids that are in dual enrollment classes right now. I think it's approximately 300, give or take. Yes, it has, because we still have an FTE. They're funded the same as every other school when we look at FTEs. And so it has lowered, like in foreign language, because we have the American Sign Language. We still offer the same amount of foreign language classes, but the class sizes are smaller. Dora, you want to add to that also? That's an example.
Yeah, I'm looking specifically at South Omani, and we have 21 sections this spring of different courses. So, I mean, you figure that out. That's averaging about, between our lowest number is 16 per course up to 30 in a class. So, 21 sections with 30 kids, that's reducing the load on all the other classes.
Awesome. That's great to hear for us as school board members, because I know that's always been a topic of discussion, is the large class sizes. So anything that can help is awesome. And then just for my own knowledge, we have the 5 comprehensive high schools and Fernando Ledesma High School. But how many college coordinators do we currently have? Is it 4 or is it 3?
There's one college career coordinator at every school.
At every school, yeah.
So we have 5 now?
Yes.
Okay, but we don't have anybody like that at Fernando Ledesma, correct?
They share with the schools.
Okay, so we have 5 then. We have 1 at every high school, because I remember that we were sharing for a while. Did we end that?
Not sure. But we do have 1 at every school.
Mr. Padilla, that's correct. The LCAP has provided additional support for every site by providing your guidance coordinator at each of the sites.
Okay, and then lastly, what was my last? Nope, that was it. Thank you so much. Great presentation. Awesome hearing those students speak. Just phenomenal.
I know, and that was cold. I mean, I just called them up and reached out, and they just said those things. They were just awesome.
Great job. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Cecil and Ms. Wolf. Thank you.
Mr. Briones?
If I may. Sorry, Ms.
I-
Torres, just very quickly. Mrs. Wolf, just for a clarification, for those in the audience who maybe don't know, could you explain what FTE means?
A full-time employee, so a full-time teacher.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segres, go ahead.
Yes, I am very, very happy to see that this program is really increasing here. My youngest daughter in 1999 had the dual enrollment with Rio Hondo College. And it was so hard for her from our high schools to allow her to take those classes. They thought that she was not going to do it very well. She did it, and of course, she did great. And I'm very happy that now we are giving to our students this great opportunity. Thank you so much, Mr. Cecil, for having Mrs. Hillary, Mrs. Wolf. Thank you so much, because this is a great advance for our high school. All our high schools are really going to have our students ready to go to college. And I love the way that these kids talk. They talk so with self-interest and with the truth and learning this. This is wonderful. Thank you so much. And I hope that I wish you the best luck for continuing this great program. Thank you, Mr. Cecil. This is a great program for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one correction. The South Amani Careers College Career Coordinator works with Fernando Ledesma High School. They share theirs.
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Yeah, I was going to share that I had talked to Mrs. Heileman a while back, and she had shared with me that she was that she provided the career college coordinator service to Ledesma students.
Yeah.
Mr. Diaz, any comments, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Board President. Just like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and impressed by this program, and so happy to hear from the students. I think that when we receive the information from you, Ms. Wolf, it lands a whole lot stronger when it comes from the students, just hearing their experience, and hats off and kudos to those kids. Because someone that went to South Amani High School and I graduated and all that stuff, and now they're not only graduating from high school, but they're also taking college classes during these times. Really hats off to those kids and their persistence. So thank you for all your work, and congratulations to all those students.
Thanks. Yeah, and the research supports that kids who do participate in early college classes are more likely to go to college and more likely to graduate from college because they already feel successful.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. I do have a couple questions and one comment. I'll start off with my comment. I wanted to echo a statement that Mrs. Torres de Sirius had just made right now regarding the difficulty in getting students to be accepted into dual enrollment from high school many years ago. A cousin of mine who was a student at Mountain View graduated in 1995. It was so difficult for him to be able to enroll at Rio Hondo while he was a high school student. It required a special letter, permission from a parent, and all these other things. And this was just for an enrichment class. It wasn't even a credit course. So to see how much things have changed in that time, from all this bureaucracy about who can take what, are they qualified, do they will they be impacted in some negative way, to yes, let's offer these programs to our students now, give them as much assistance as possible, and get them ahead as much as possible, I think is wonderful. So thank you so much to you, Mrs. Wolf, to Mr. Cecil, and the rest of the staff, our college and career coordinators, for all the amazing work that you do. Because I know a lot of times it goes, it might go unnoticed, or you might feel that it goes unnoticed, but it really never does escape us as a board, and I'm sure as the rest of the administrative team. The great work that you do, and it deserves acknowledgement. Two questions that I had. One regarding you mentioned, Mrs. Wolf, regarding the communication between the professors and the students, since these are college professors with their students, and someone liaising between them and the parent. Is there similar circumstances between the college professor and, say, our counseling staff, who may inquire about grades or performance or attendance, anything along those lines?
Yeah, no, there's no restriction there. It's the FERPA laws. So the college professors are, they're used to teaching adults, and so they don't have to talk to a parent is how they treat it. And so, but yeah, we make sure to explain that in in the parent orientations that we give, and when students sign up. That is part of the process. Is we walk the parents through and say, we understand you may have questions for the instructor. You may want to comment or share things with the instructor. We just ask that you work through the point person at the site. So it's the counselor then who would get those messages from the parent, and then they relay the messages back to the instructor. And they really do have a very strong relationship. In our very first year working with this, Dr. Castro and I were meeting regularly to go through the comments that her instructors were receiving. And we were, problem solving every week. Like, the instructor had a simple question like, "Am I allowed to let the kids go to the bathroom?" It's silly things like that, because they don't deal with that in college. Kids just get up and leave if they have to go to the bathroom. But in high school it's different. So we were meeting pretty regularly just to sort of iron out some of those things. We don't have to do that anymore, because we've established, like, make sure that you understand these are the rules of the campus. This is how, these are the rules of the high school. These are the things you need to communicate, that kind of thing. So we've ironed out a lot of that out.
So just to clarify my question, so if one of our counselors has a question about a student, do they have to go through the point person, or can they go directly to the instructor?
Oh, they can go directly to the instructor. Yeah.
Okay.
It's through the point person, honestly, because the point person knows everything. So
Okay.
it's probably easier to do that.
Okay. And then my second question, and this is something that was mentioned to me by an adjunct professor at not at one of the community colleges, but at another university. I wanted to know if students who are taking the dual enrollment classes, if they accumulate enough units to, when they graduate high school, to graduate with the 60 units and an associate's, does that impact their standing for financial aid in any way?
That I'm not positive of. If anything, they need less financial aid because they only need it for the 2 remaining years. I've heard anecdotally of students who still got 4 years of financial aid, but they were able to use it for their junior and senior year of college, and then their 2 years of their post college. So they were able to, get a master's degree with that financial aid. So they still applied for 4 years and got it, but they used it for the master's degree as well.
Okay. Good to know, because I'd hate for us to offer these programs to students to give them an advantage, get them ahead, and then when they apply to university, they're dinged in some way because they had the initiative to get ahead.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. Go ahead.
Just an aside. My son's current girlfriend, they're both college graduates, and she went through dual enrollment, and so she was only in college for 2 years. And so when we met her, I made her buy lunch because I'm like, you're working full time.
I like to also add this, that not only are the classes transferable, but they also meet A through G requirements.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that because, of course, one of the goals that we have is to increase our A through G completion rate. So I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Thank you again, Hillary, and to the staff for your presentation tonight. If there are no further questions or any comments from anyone. Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to our next presentation, an update on construction projects. Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you, President Briones. Our last presentation for this section is related to your quarterly update for the board about the construction projects under Measure HS, and really the tail end of some of the projects in Measure D. Mrs. Macias has been working diligently with her staff to put this presentation together for you. So I think that's the wrong presentation. We have another presentation, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Steelman? There we go. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to either Mr. Alatar or Ms. Macias. You guys take it on, and we're ready to go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Zuniga, Cabinet. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this evening. Next slide. So just to summarize, Measure D bond that was passed in 2008, it's had 4 issuances, the last one being Series D in 2017 for a little over $10 million. We currently have an ending balance for Measure D bond of $13,255,807. Next slide. Measure HS was passed by the community in 2018 for $190 million. The very first issuance, Series A, was issued in June of 2019 for a little over $56,065,000. We currently have total expenditures as of September 14th, 2020 of $1,838,477 with an ending balance of $55,756,441. Next slide. So this is our current interim budget for both Measure D and Measure HS. And you can take a look at the projects that are still on our books. And next slide. And this is for Measure HS, the 2020-21 first interim budget. As you can see, the projects that we're currently working on, Fernando Ledesma, we've been in the process of purchasing new furniture district-wide. We've started the track and field projects. We've started the Mountain View modernization project, and in the next few slides, we'll be presenting some additional information on that. So next slide. I'm starting off with the Fernando Ledesma High School project, the multi-purpose building. As you can see down to in the middle there, I included some recent pictures. So it's quickly coming up. We see roof trusses going across in the right area. That's the main gymnasium space. It's really quite an impressive building, and I'm sure you've had an opportunity to appreciate it as you drive by the 60 freeway. It will include a new gymnasium with full basketball court, bleachers, classrooms, weight room, restrooms, kitchenette, offices, and some very nice exterior site improvements. And the anticipated completion will be in the summer of 2021. Next slide. District-wide HVAC project. We completed Group C. This was mainly at Mountain View High School. We addressed replacing those units in buildings A, B, and K. We'd previously already addressed 2 other buildings there. So just very happy to share with all of you that Mountain View High School has almost 90% all new HVAC. Next slide. The Community Education Center, I hope you've had an opportunity to swing by and visit it. If you've been over at the district office, it's really very nice. It was designed by Architecture for Education, and we have just completed it. So we're looking forward to working with Dr. Zuniga to schedule a ribbon cutting. Next slide. The Rosemead High School new track and field project. The board did approve awarding the project at the last board meeting. We are planning to break ground this month. We're scheduling that mobilization to take place, I believe, February 20th. So we do have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to discuss groundbreaking when we might want to be doing that. So just to remind you, the project is going to include new synthetic track and field, new synthetic football field, and repair of the rubberized track. And, you know, the amenities, some of the track activities are going to be relocated, as you can see in that site plan. Next slide. The Rosemead High School concession buildings at the football field. So if you can recall, this project was awarded as a separate project after we'd already started the football field project. We, per direction of the board, have worked with Crate, which is a company that manufactures these containers and refurbishes them for different types of occupancy. And they're the only company that actually do work with the Division of State Architects. So LPA, our architect for the project, has been working with Crate. They've already submitted to DSA and have gone through a second set of plan checks. We will be bringing to you in March an additional contract for approval from Crate so that they can begin to manufacture these. And we're hoping to be able to bid the project in March. Next slide. The South El Monte High School quad project, we're really excited to get this going. I want to just share this with you. I know that you do recall awarding the DLR group, the architects that are working on the modernization for El Monte High School, to actually work with Cornerstone so that they can complete certain components of this landscape project. So we are working with them now to get the project ready to submit for the Division of State Architects to review and approve. And so it will include obviously some very fantastic landscape enhancements, raised platform over at the auditorium, well, the cafeteria building. It will include some new concrete seating. It will include lots of attractive drought-tolerant planting. It will also include a solar-powered lighting component, new audio visual connection conduit, as well as the lunch shelters for the students. Next slide. And the Granada Transition Center. So we did, per your direction, work with various members of the community to go over exploring options for the future of the Granada Transition Center. And we do plan on providing a summary of those findings to you at the next March board meeting. Next slide. Mountain View High School. So a lot of really great, exciting things are happening over at Mountain View High School. LPA has been working with stakeholders at that site to develop a list of priority projects that we'll want to have completed. So everything from refurbishing building K to making improvements in building B that may include solar tube lighting, to doing some really exciting quad renovation project to really just make that campus feel much more vibrant and exciting for the students, as well as addressing the curb appeal and site access and safety. So we look forward to bringing those findings to you at the next board meeting. I also wanted to share with you that we did kick off the cafetorium project. LPA did meet with the stakeholders to go over the various components for the multi-purpose space over at Mountain View High School, and as well as Architecture for Education. They are working with us to modernize a classroom space for the Zoo Crew program. So we just had a kickoff meeting and are looking forward to getting these various projects going on at Mountain View High School. Next slide. So Mountain View High School, again, more exciting things. We have been working with HMC architects, and this is a conceptual design that they developed. As you can see, they are utilizing the crate model to place conceptual masses of what would be, the snack bars and the restrooms, because at Mountain View High School, not only are they going to be getting a new track and field, but they're also going to be getting new concession building, new restrooms, and new bleachers. So that project has started, and we look forward to giving you an additional update. Next slide. Arroyo High School. So as you can see, this is again a conceptual design of what Arroyo High School new track and field will look like. At Arroyo High School, we are also going to be doing new concession buildings, as well as a new entryway. And again, where you can see the overhang there, the canopy where the entrance would be. The intent is that they will carry solar panels so that these will also be solar powered structures. Next slide. So just to summarize the projects in the planning phase, Mountain View High School, the modernization project, the cafetorium project. At South El Monte High School, I look forward to presenting DLR's findings. We also are hoping to be able to bring that to you in March. The new facility for Granada Transition Center, again, we will be providing our findings, a summary of our efforts to you in March. And right now we have also the artificial track and field projects that are ongoing. Next slide. So what's next with Measure HS? I'd like to pass it on to Mr. Elatar.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. So as you can see, there are extensive number of projects that we are engaged in with right now with the architects for the design, the planning and design for these projects. In addition to that, we are also finding out that there are some school sites still do have modernization eligibility from the state matching dollars, and therefore it will be a good opportunity for us to start modernization projects at these sites, and therefore we can actually expand the number of projects that we're doing. Tonight, we are asking the board to approve the first step to move forward in issuing the second series of the bond, so we can be able to do all the construction projects that we anticipate to do in the next couple of years. So we obviously wanted to cover construction phase of the modernization projects in Mountain View High School and South El Monte High School. We wanted to provide advance funding to cover delayed state matching funds that will be received at later dates. So the way it works is that we do identify the eligibility for these funds, and we do apply for these funds, and due to the fact that the state sells a bond as well, that these funds are not available at the time of construction. So in a way, we have to advance these funds to complete the projects, and at a later date, when the state sells more bonds, we get the funds back and we can apply it to the following or the next group of projects. We wanted to provide construction funding for the rest of the track and field, specifically for El Monte High School and South El Monte High School, so we can start the design for this project, and then obviously eventually do the construction, and provide a recommendation to the board to add additional group of projects, as I mentioned, specifically the one that we believe have state matching fund. Specifically, Arroyo High School, El Monte, and Rosemead High School, we identified a good chunk of dollars that we can take advantage of from the state matching program. We obviously was getting into the construction of these projects in the next couple of years. We wanted to also identify funds to address the escalation in cost for these projects. Cost today is different than cost tomorrow. Normally, the construction cost of schools accelerate by between 5 to 10%. And obviously obtain and procure a program and project management software to help us managing all these programs in-house. So the way that the district used to do it before is that they hired a program manager, very expensive. We believe that with upgrading the project management software and the program management software, we can do this in-house, and we control our destiny instead of paying extensive consulting fees. I believe that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Alator and Mrs. Macias, for your presentation today. Colleagues, any questions, comments?
Just a comment, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I'm just truly grateful to the work of Mr. Alatar and Mrs. Macias. Just thank you for the leadership. Ms. Macias, just a wonderful presentation. And I know that when you became director in our school district, you could really see the difference in the aesthetics in all of our high schools and the different projects that you've led, and helped with. Together, you and Mr. Alatar have done an amazing job, and I just want to publicly acknowledge that and just thank you. I feel very proud to showcase any of our high schools and our facilities, and I would put up our facilities against any of the neighboring school districts in the San Gabriel Valley and in the state. We've come a long ways, and I think our kids are very fortunate to have the buildings and the programs that we have, and it's all because of your leadership, both of your leadership. So thank you so much. I am truly grateful.
If I may, President Briones, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm very, very happy to see that Fernando Ledesma is going to have a gymnasium, something that all those kids, they always wanted to have it. I remember when I used to go to interview the kids for the scholarships for the women's club, they always wanted to say, well, if you can help us to have a gymnasium, we need to have a gymnasium because it's very important. And remember, the good education for a student is not only education in the books, it's also the education in the exercises, but in a nice way, in the same way that they have the other high schools. And I'm very happy that our Fernando Ledesma is going to have the gymnasium. It's one of the things that I really admire. And I thank you, Mr. Zuniga, Dr. Zuniga, for doing this for our students in Fernando Ledesma. The rest of the high schools, oh my goodness, those are really looking good. And with this, as Mr. Padilla said, we are giving a very good impression to all the high schools around us. Thank you very much for the good job that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any additional questions or comments? Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you. I'm really excited to see, all the conceptual designs and the planning that's happened, in particular, some of the work that's going on at Mountain View High School with respect to the air conditioning units. I know that's been an ongoing challenge. And so 90%, almost at 100%. I'm encouraged to hear that. With respect to the zoo crew classroom, I may have missed it. Is it an indoor or outdoor classroom that's going to be fitted for them?
It's actually a combination of indoor and outdoor. So we were successful in getting a state grant, a matching fund, to basically transform or construct in the wood shop area the building as well as outside as well. So it's a $1.5 million of matching fund. The district will have to put the rest, $1.5 million as well. So it will be basically a combination of indoor and outdoor.
Will it all connect to the 40 fruit trees that are there and have been donated?
We're obviously did submit in our application some conceptual ideas and design, and at this point in time, we kick off the meeting with the architect in order to start looking into actual design. So we'll definitely include that in element in the design. Share with the architect.
Just because I'm thinking, it'd be great to connect the zoo crew with the existing infrastructure that's there. And then I've learned that, Eco Urban Gardens is also helping support over at Mountain View High School, potentially getting a farm lab started as well. So the other thing, Mr. Elatar, I was just going to confirm, all of this is chips under chip design and procurement standards, these projects?
Yes, where we shared with our architect that that's basically the standard to use, and that's how they'll be designing the future buildings for the district.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for confirming that. And really just want to thank you and Ms. Macias in particular for all the renewable energy, the solar canopies that have been introduced, also the upcycled, retrofitted buildings that are being introduced, and sustainability to really get multiple benefits that are needed at each of our respective campuses. So thank you. I'm excited to see these projects in construction and then realized. I think our community is going to be super excited about this. So I can't wait. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any further comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Briones.
Mr. Sotelo, go ahead. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. You guys are raising your hand tonight. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just wanted to thank Mrs. Macias and Mr. Elatar for that presentation, for all of your leadership. It's just so nice to finally see some renderings, to know that these are going to be going out to bid soon. The community's been talking about these projects for a long time. I follow some of the coaches and some of the other educational leaders on Twitter, and the talk is about the facilities. upgrades, and you know how high schools compare each other from one district to the next. So it's almost a relief to know that these will be coming to fruition rather soon, right? At least they're in the process. And you know, if one thing allowed us to move forward with this pandemic is really getting these AC projects taken care of quickly, you know, and you know, there isn't much of a silver lining to this pandemic, but if you think about it, it did allow us to do some of these projects rather quickly and more efficiently, for sure. But thank you to the two of you, and I look forward to future presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Any closing remarks from anyone? Questions? No? Okay. I'll just say thank you so much for your presentation tonight. It's exciting to see what's coming down the pipeline in regards to our construction projects. As Mr. Salcedo just mentioned, you know, these particular topics are very, very hot and discussed throughout not only the San Gabriel Valley, but throughout the region, because folks like to talk, and they like to share information and compare campuses and sites. And we want to show everyone that not only are we investing in our students, you know, in their instruction and education, but we're also investing in our programming, our athletic programs, and our own facilities through these capital projects. So I want to take this opportunity to thank not only staff for your diligent work in moving these projects forward, but also, again, thank the community for their continued support on these bond projects. This is the third bond in recent memory, starting with Measure Y in 2002, Measure D in 2008, and now Measure HS in 2018. Each time the community has approved the bonds overwhelmingly with upwards of 70% of approval. So it speaks volumes how much our community cares about our schools and our facilities. So, you know, on behalf of the board, thank you to the community for continuing to support us. And thank you again to staff for your presentation tonight. I look forward to future presentations and, of course, to seeing all of this come to fruition. Now, if there's no further discussion on the construction projects, we'll move on to Section C, oral and written communication, starting with the public hearing notice on a bond waiver in compliance with Education Code Sections 15102 and 15268. At this time, I'll move to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. And if there's no objection to a 5-0 vote to open the public hearing, that'll be the action. Dr. Zuniga, is there a presentation at this time?
Yes, thank you, President Briones. We have two guests with us this evening from ASUN, Jason Litz and Jeff Pickett. Mr. Alatar and Ms. Macias and the business office has been working closely, specific to Mr. Alatar, in regards to our continued progress in Measure HS and the sale of the next bonds. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Alatar to make the formal introductions, and then we can get started with the presentation for this evening. Again, this is a public hearing at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. This is actually related to establishing or applying for a debt waiver for CDE in order to be able to sell the second series of the bond sometime in early summer. We have our advisors, financial fund and financial advisors, some advisors. We have Jason and Jeff. Are you?
We're here.
Jason,
good evening.
Come here. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Great. Dr. Zuniga, District Administration, Board of Trustees, thank you for your time tonight. This does dovetail off your last conversation with all the great projects that you've done. And that's one of the neater parts of my job, is to see the work that you do with the funding that we help with. But what we're here to talk about tonight isn't something new in the state. It's not new to the district. You went through a debt waiver process for Measure D. We also need one now for Measure HS. And the reason that this comes up from time to time is that in the year 2000, when Prop 39 was passed, it helped eliminate it helped create certain limitations for districts around the state. 21 years later, some of the limitations that were put on by Prop 39 are a bit antiquated, and this is a process to get around that antiquated, old dated Prop 39 limitations. But I'll walk you through the mechanics, and if you have any questions along the way, because this does get into some specific details, just stop and let me know. I'd be happy to answer any questions as we go through it. So Jeff, you can take us to the first page. So just as a recap, in November 2018, voters did pass a $190 million bond measure with 74% of the vote, which is excellent. Since that time, we sold in 2019 56.43 million of those bonds. The next series of bonds, we're estimating at a maximum of $60 million. The final bond amount will likely be anywhere from $40 to $50 million. All the other funding from Measure Y and from Measure D, all of Measure Y has been sold. Measure D, there is some authorization remaining, but you're limited from Measure D at the tax rate limitation. So anytime a district passes a bond measure, as a high school district, you're limited to a $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation maximum. And all the bonds that you've sold for Measure D so far are at that $30 limitation. Now, as your tax base grows, as bonds falls off in the future years, you may be able to access some Measure D bonds. We're probably looking at a 3 to 5 year period for Measure D. But specific to Measure HS is the reason we're here tonight to talk about this particular waiver. So Jeff, page 2. So an important factor to look at and understand anytime that a district is selling bonds, and to help round out the conversation as to why you need a waiver, you have to look at your district's assessed value. And on the table to the right, we have assessed value from 2006 to 2021. And all assessed value means is taxable property within district boundaries. Now, your tax base has grown pretty healthily over the last 15 years. There was a small dip during the last recession, and I think this particular recession is different in like and kind. 2008, that was more fundamental about housing. This is certainly caused by a virus, which we haven't seen the virus really affect real estate prices throughout the state. And I think that'll be the same thing in El Monte. Your growth may not be as robust over the next couple years, but I don't think you'll flatline, and I don't think you'll see a decline. Looking at the below the table, the 2 bullet points at the bottom of the page, the part of the math to explain why you need this waiver is you take your current year's assessed valuation or taxable value at 16.6 billion. You then multiply that by 1.25%. That's the state multiplier for this math. And that gives you a gross bonding capacity of 208.3 million. You then must deduct any principal amount of debt you have currently outstanding, which is 172.9 million, leaving you a net bonding capacity of 35.4 million. So said another way, if we were to sell bonds tomorrow or early in the summer without the debt waiver, you would be capped at 35.4 million. To continue on with the projects that you're doing at a reasonable pace is the reason we need this waiver. So this doesn't change what the taxpayers are being taxed. That's going to stay at $30 limit per $100,000 of assessed valuation. Well, what we looked at is through this waiver process is something larger, more of akin to a 1.59% waiver limit. If you get questions from the public, or if you're wondering, is this common? Does this happen very often? Are we the sole district that does these waivers? The answer is simply no. In 2011, this district was granted a similar waiver. And in fact, since 2017, 46 of 46 waiver applications have been accepted by the state. Again, I think the state also realizes that the that the Prop 39 limitation is a bit antiquated. So the going through this process, you're very, very likely going to get approved. Again, since 2017, no district has ever been denied this waiver. Some of the things that we have to go, the process we have to take for the waiver submission includes a summary of the district, its debt, and its overall bond program. A public hearing is needed to be made for this waiver approval, and meeting with a citizens oversight committee and labor groups is also a part of the process. And we have done the last step that I mentioned with the oversight committee meeting and the labor groups meeting. We've met with those groups, and we've gotten not that approval is needed from these other groups, but a recognition of the importance and the necessity for this waiver needs to be acknowledged by those groups. And we already have done that process. So this next process, the board approve the waiver, is the next big step that we need to take to finish our submission application and send that to the state. The overall process is about a 12-week process, and the state will next meet for these types of applications on May 12th and May 13th. So this is just a little bit of a background and some frequently asked questions that will come up or does come up. Again, as a high school district, your limiting factor is 1.25% times your total assessed valuation minus any principal bonds you have outstanding, which leaves you with only 35.4 million of capacity. Again, this will not increase the taxes. So what we committed, what you committed to taxpayers for Measure HS at a maximum not to exceed $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation, that'll stay the same. And just to kind of recap what that means. So if a house is valued at $100,000 in the district, that's $30 per year per $100,000 with $2.50 per month. That won't change. That same commitment will stay exactly the same. Is there a chance a waiver will be denied? No, I don't think so. I've been doing this for nearly 18 years. I can't think of a single waiver that has been ever denied, and I don't think that would be the case for El Monte High as well. Does the waiver expire? Simply yes, it does expire. The way that we built out the waiver for you is that the waiver would expire or conclude in 2032. Now you're going to be well through Measure HS funding by then, but if there's a big decline in tax base or something catastrophic happens that upsets property values, the question, can we renew the waiver again? Yes, you can renew the waiver again. You'll go through the same process, but I really don't think that'll happen. But we do build in contingencies for any unknowns that may occur. So this is there's a lot of in between in this summary timeline. So the first step that we took is just a general meeting to discuss the bond program and the debt waiver that happened back in January 13th with the COC and with the labor groups. Big important step tonight is to approve the resolution for the waiver request. That allows us to finalize our package and submit it to the state, which we'll do 2 days from now on February 5th. Again, the CDC or the CDE, they take a good amount of time going through the application process, and they have their processes. So they won't look at this waiver in fully or vote on the waiver until May 12th and 13th. To time the financing with this waiver request approval, we'll also come back to the board in May of this year to ask the district to approve a separate resolution, and that's the typical bond resolution that you've approved for all the bond issuances in the past. And that resolution will have a not to exceed amount of the bonds, and we'll have some of the financial summary information included in that waiver at that May meeting. According to this timeline, we'll also sell the bonds sometime the week of June 14th, and then approximately 2 weeks later, we'll have the closing of the bonds, meaning you'll have all funds in hand in the district accounts by the end of June. Again, there's a lot of in between in this timeline, but these are some of the quick summary highlighted points. Any questions?
One item just before we have any discussion. Dr. Zuniga, were there any public comments submitted for this public hearing?
There was no submitted public comment at this point right now or prior to the meeting.
Thank you. Before I open it up to my comments, I did want to, I guess, make an analogy here just to clarify for the folks watching at home. What we're requesting tonight or initiating tonight, it's kind of the equivalent of, the bond would be seen as like a credit card. And we're basically going to the California Department of Education to ask them to increase our credit limit. Is that something that would make sense, I guess?
That's a very good analogy. Yeah, you're asking American Express to up your credit limit, essentially.
Okay. Going along with that analogy, while keeping the monthly payment the same, in this case, $30 per $100,000 of assessed value.
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. List, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
At this point, I will move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz, and if there's no objection to a 5-0 vote, public hearing is now closed. Thank you again. Moving on to item number 2, public hearing notice, initial proposal from California School Employees Association, Chapter 11, to El Monte Union High School District for the 2020 through 2021 school year. I move to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Without objection to a 5-0 vote, the public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, were there any public comments submitted for this public hearing?
No, President Briones, not at this time. This is, again, the additional proposal from CSA Chapter 11 to the Monte High School District to open formal negotiations for the 2021 school year.
Thank you. Okay, since there's no public comments, there's no objection, I move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. That objection to a 5-0 vote, public hearing is now closed. And we'll be moving on to student board member communication. Ms. Palacios, it's all yours.
Thank you, President Briones. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be in attendance for today's February board meeting. I do not have any updates to share in terms of January resolutions because we did not have any January resolutions for SAC. Last SAC meeting, our students focused on planning and brainstorming for February, and the resolutions coming up this month. I promise to have an update on the outcome of our February resolutions for the next board meeting. Furthermore, at our last SAC meeting, Dr. Zuniga and myself took in some student input on how our district can combat the DNF rate, help our students with their mental health, and began a discussion on the upcoming Youth Truth Survey. We will obviously continue these conversations within our reopening task force and get to work on getting more student input. I've been working with our mental health committee to begin the establishment of our social media pages, which will focus on promoting mental health resources that El Monte Union High School District offers, as well as mental health resolutions in an interactive and creative way. We want to bring awareness to the issues that surround our students. I'm very excited to be working with our committee, and I'm excited for you to see what we produce. There is more we are planning, but I ask that you're patient as there are a lot that still needs to be finished and worked on. We're meeting every Thursday, including tomorrow, so there will be way more to share by next board meeting. Those are all my updates for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios, for your updates tonight. Moving on to superintendent announcements and communications. Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm going to hold off on my updates to you as we do have a presentation regarding the continuance of the spring semester schedule. I'm going to go ahead and touch base on just a couple of things where we left off in December and then all the way until what we anticipate for the spring, the rest of the school year, and also into 2021 21-22 school year. So there's lots to think about, to ponder around, and also to consider all the current concerns surrounding not only COVID-19, but also the well-being of our students while they're in distance learning too. So our work is cut out for us to look at how we can successfully end the school year for the 2021 school year. I want to start off with the timeline of events here. Mr. Briones, I just want to make sure, is this something that you want me to cover now, or you want to get to the regular items? Because that's really my focus on the regular item there. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead, hold off on that presentation until we get to the item for number 1, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I think that would be best if when we get to a regular agenda item, what's item 21, we'll move it up to the top. We'll have you give your presentation and then we'll have discussion.
Thank you.
If that's okay with the board.
Go ahead and we can get going on that item when we get to that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Moving on to our consent agenda, are there any items that a member would like to hold for discussion? I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Okay, now, yes, in the consent agenda, I have number 7. I would like to talk about that, and also number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo.
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I have a comment on number 5 and number 9.
And Mr. Diaz.
None for me, Mr. President.
Okay. So at this time, I'll move to approve the consent agenda excluding items number 5, 7, 9, and 10. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Estela Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you. We'll start off with Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count 5-0 here.
Thank you. So the consent agenda is adopted, excluding items 5, 7, 9, and 10. So we'll go back to those items. We'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist on item number 7.
Number 7, I noticed that the Parent Involving Academy will be held online this year. I think it's wonderful. That is one of the most wonderful academies that I've been attending, and I like that. And 150 parents are going to attend. Dr. Zuniga, how will the parents be selected to attend to this academy?
The parents are selected by the dissemination of numbers for each of the school sites. So each of the school sites works closely with the community liaisons to provide the information to our entire parent. And then from there, interested parents contact our community liaison or school designee to register and go through the process. So we try to spread the word out through our community liaisons on the site to make sure that parents are aware about the actual academy.
Okay. And will they have access to the internet so they may participate?
Absolutely. Not only the internet, we also have access to laptops if there's a need for laptops to be at home and check out. So one or the other is available, or both.
Then that is going to answer the questions to the parents who have been asking me about that. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Zuniga. You want me to talk about number 10? May I talk number 10, President?
Yes, and before you move on to number 10, I just want to share one thing with the board. Because these are consent agenda items, instead of taking action on each item that was held individually, we'll have the discussion on all the items, and if there's no objection, we'll approve them as a group because they are consent, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead with number 10, Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Number 10, we will talk about that, Dr. Zuniga, but this morning I have a comment from La Hacienda. The Hacienda La Puente district recently divided into trustee areas. The public voted on the maps presented. This way very controversial and created animosity. because how are we going to handle that if we have that problem with us?
With regards to the formation.
Yeah, the formation of the maps, because not everybody is going to be very happy like that happened in the La Hacienda. They told me that it was a big problem when they voted.
Understood. The challenge is going to be once we have the consent, the census data, and national provides a guidance about how to formulate trustee areas, there will be a need for public input. So out of the public input, we have about 4 scheduled that are tentative at this point. Most likely we will see 2 around the springtime or early springtime, and then 2 would have to follow. And those are according to the mandates that we have to follow to ensure that the public provides input into the actual boundary areas. Of course, everyone has a different opinion, but that's the purpose and the beauty of having these public meetings to seek input, and hopefully enough people can participate because this is important to our entire school community.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, President Briones. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Padilla, item number 5.
Yeah, I had a question regarding the SPCA. This is questions directed to our instruction expert, Mr. Larry Cecil. I want to know specifically what services do we provide to foster youth and homeless children in these school-wide plans. And the reason that I say that, and I've said this in the past, that I kind of have a problem where we write our school plans like all students will get this, all students will get that, all students will get this. And I get it that some of our kids overlap, like some of our English language learners are also some of our students on free and reduced lunch, or they might also be students that are homeless or foster youth. But I kind of feel like the services to homeless kids and foster youth kids kind of gets embedded or watered down or not paid close attention to. Is there any way where we could write the plan and have specific services to, or monies and services that get directly to them? Talk to me a little bit about what services El Monte Union High School District provides for homeless children, like that we refer to as McKinney-Vento in the state of California, and foster youth. Before I vote on this or approve this, I want to hear specifically, what do we do for those kids?
Well, first of all, we the school site council looks at categorical funding, but we also are working with beyond that. Each school has their own plan that they vote on. There's a committee that does it, but we have been working closely with the foster youth, especially with our Mr. Martinez has been working with them. We do have the consultant that works with them. But I can actually include stuff in your memo. I know they've been doing some counseling with them, and I know that we're working with, I know Edith just put, Ms. Echeverria just put a survey out, what needs our parents are having. We're getting a lot of requests in, they're actually responding. That was going to be included in my Friday memo to you guys. So we haven't reached out to families, what needs they have, but we have been doing the social emotional support with them, and also the learning pods. We're really looking at we had them in, we're looking at open those back up, reaching out to families to give them that support.
So great. So if you could just send that on our, I was not going to vote for this because I wanted to see that before I voted for it, but just in listening you talk about that, can you give us specific services that we provide to homeless students and to the foster youth? And then also, if you could give us the page in the plan of where that is addressed in the SPCA, where specifically do we talk about the services that we're going to provide to those students? And I say that because we get a big chunk of money. I know we get some Title I funding also, that's federal funding that sometimes I feel like it doesn't get to those students. But again, it sounds like you have it covered. So if you could just send that to us.
I'm sorry. Let me just let you know, during the SPA process, single plan student achievement processes, it's a committee of parents, teachers, and the principal. and they pretty much do their plan, they vote on it, but I'll look through their plans because every plan is going to be a little bit unique, according to their school and the needs of their school. So I'll go through there, but I also include what we're doing beyond this fall. We're doing support our English learners, and I'll give you an update to that because I've shared that with before. But I'll give you an update on the Friday's memo to let you know what we're doing and what we're planning on in the future too with both the Katie Vental students and our English learner students.
Right. Yes. And just to be specific, I know what we offer for our English language learners, but specifically, I would like the memo, the material to have specifically what services does El Monte Union High School District provide to foster youth and homeless.
You got it.
And I get it that they get the counseling, the mental health, but I want to know everything that we offer them, because when we speak about the supplemental funding that we get, I'm looking to see how much of that supplemental money is getting in terms of services to those specific kids. So,
okay.
And then lastly, just an observation that I made when I looked at your school site council in terms of the chairperson. If I was an auditor, one of the things that I would recommend is for committees like ELAC, DLAC, school site council, and I'll talk specifically about school site council, is that those are committees where there's opportunities for parents to take leadership positions. We take some of those parents that are the leaders in those committees to our parent academies and to the professional development as a thank you for them stepping up. But one of the things I think I would like to caution our school district is I would like for you guys to go back and look at your chairperson, the chairperson of the school site council. And I think we could do a better job of including more parents to be the chairperson and not staff members. Auditors look at that in terms of looking at districts of how much leadership positions do you give to the school district. And when those chairperson positions are held by staff members, it's just one of those things that makes you go, are those parents truly leaders on that committee? Or are we just kind of, filling the committee and going through the motion? So just take a look at who you guys listed as your chairperson for each of the school site councils. Something that was of concern to me.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. President. Mr. President, those were all my comments for number 5, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Moving on to item number 9.
Yeah, on number 9, I just would like to, I know it's on the agenda, and since this does affect the community and there's different people that are watching this board meeting, I would like Dr. Zuniga, can you please talk about VMA? Who is VMA? Why didn't we go with VMA? And what are they going to be doing in terms of community outreach activities? What does community outreach activities means as it pertains to, breaking up our board and assigning trustee areas where there's going to be, chunks of the cities or different cities, and they're going to be assigned to Mrs. Torres de Segrist or Mr. Briones or Mr. Padilla or Mr. Salcido or Mr. Diaz. But what is VMA going to do with these community outreach activities? Define community outreach activities to all of our viewers.
Excellent question. This is something that is required of us if we're going to go through this process, and having a third-party entity organization that is expert in their job in reaching out to the community, such as making phone calls, such as creating local school site information sessions to ensure that people are informed about the process, to invite and engage others from the public into these public meetings to ensure that there's enough collected information and input by the public. So they are ongoing to ensure that they not only coordinate the meetings and the times that's more suitable for the public, whether it's in the morning or the evenings, and that's something that they're going to have to poll the public to say which time works and it's beneficial to us. In expansion to that, also you can create information that may be necessary for language, for different types of languages that these documents need to be created and to be relayed back to the public as well. So those are the responsibilities in working with not only district administration, but also the demographer about our timelines, about informing people when there's timelines and when necessity is to come together for these public meetings, where they're going to be held at. So it's an ongoing information that's filtered, whether it's through social media, whether it's through direct email, through mailing letters for the public, to ensure that they're well informed about such meetings and such engagements that they have every opportunity to be part of.
And does VMA have the capabilities to speak the languages of all of our community, such as our Asian population, our Spanish-speaking population, the Mandarin, the Cantonese? Do they have that capability to do that service with multiple languages?
That's correct. They do have the multitude of languages and language providers through VMA. So what they do is, if there's a translation in regards to languages, they have folks that are translating the language. If there's someone that needs to speak on behalf of the district regarding the language, then that's something that they would require to have and bring on if there's a session that we have to provide translation for.
Okay, so you kind of you address the issue of the meetings and having access and using the right language, but what will they be talking about with our public? If I'm a Spanish-speaking parent from El Monte, ¿qué me van a decir en español esta organización? ¿Qué va a decir? ¿De qué va a hablar? ¿O cuáles son tipos de preguntas que me van a preguntar?
From the get-go, you have to ensure that the families and parents understand why we are doing this, number one. So educating the families about why is there a need from the various populations that we have, for example, ethnic backgrounds, where they're mostly at. For example, if we're looking at a percentage of our Asian population that's greater in certain areas, why there's a need potentially of that area. So I'm sure that they have specific talking points, but those are the key things that we have to keep in mind about understanding why they're doing it, what's the purpose, not just to show up in the meeting and just listen and kind of go through the motion. So it's more about engaging and better understanding about what the benefit of having bi-trustee areas in supporting and ensuring that all ethnicities are represented, that all classes are represented throughout the district if there's a need. And if there's a case, then we identify those needs at that point. Parents may also come back and say, hey, listen, I don't hear enough about this representation, or in my community, here's what our needs are. So that way the board is also informed about where are the locations that have specific needs, and perhaps help us develop the mapping from that standpoint.
And does the school district have to switch to trustee areas? Is that something that we have to do by law, or is that something that is up to the community, or is that up to the school board, or is that up to the state? Why such a big discussion now of certain cities and certain districts moving to trustee areas? Can you talk a little bit about what are the benefits or what are the drawbacks, or is that something that the public?
Mr. Padilla, I'm sorry to interrupt. So I think we're moving a little outside of the scope of this particular discussion item. It's specific to a contract with VMA. So if you could limit your comments or questions to the contract itself. I don't think since we're not actually discussing moving to trustee areas in this item, it's a little beyond the scope of this particular item.
Fair enough.
Well, does that conclude your comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Briones.
Thank you so much. If there's no other comments or questions on items number 5, 7, 9, or 10, at this time I will move to approve those items. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I heard Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote on items 5, 7, 9, and 10.
Thank you. We'll start off with Mrs. Torres-Segras.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Carcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And count is 5-0.
Thank you. The consent items 5, 7, 9, and 10 are approved. Moving on to regular agenda, we're going to start with item number 21. Dr. Zuniga, you had a presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you. And if we could have the presentation uploaded, and we can get started with the information that I'd like to share with the board this evening. As I mentioned earlier, Board of Trustees, our challenges continue given that we have students at home under distance learning since March. And although we have adjusted and made some improvement on how we adapted to distance learning, many challenges continue on behalf of our students and also our staff, and getting out of the norm that we've had for many years at the traditional schedule on campus. Our timeline leaves us back in December when we made a decision to continue through distance learning, and it was evident that our county would remain at the lowest tier under Tier 1 that would prevent us from reopening schools for in-person instruction as a school district, especially for high schools. So on December 9th, that just gives the public a timeline, is that we took action to continue distance learning for the term 3. My recommendation was to focus on term 3 for now and take a look at the scientific data and health data that we were seeing throughout the county. The term 3 ends on March 12th, and also my recommendation was to come on or before February 17, 2021, which puts us about 3 weeks before the end of the actual term 3, to talk about, where we're at now, where the decision should be, and recommendation for the rest of the school year, which we're going to call term 4 as part of our semester for spring. As we moved on December 14th, it became evident that the recent spike over the holidays was impacting our entire community, not only in Monte, but entire LA County and across the state of California, and even our nation. So the recommendation from LA County was to not have students on campus, to keep students at home through the month of January 31st, 2021 into the new year. So once we were informed, we took action. We informed our school sites, our parents that were engaged in the support systems on campus, that we would need to discontinue that until the 31st at least. When we returned back from the break, we began our spring semester, which was the term 3 for the semester. And then our task force continued. I just want to go on record and thank again our Reopening of School Task Force for not giving up on the process. We have committed to meet twice a month, and it's an engaging process. There's a lot of work to do and a lot of discussions. And although we limit our meetings to an hour, there's a lot of information and discussions that are being brought forward every time we meet. So I appreciate all of you guys. We have on our task force a multitude of community school members that are there, and I just want to personally thank them. On the 22nd of January, we announced the cancellation of the fall sports season. And one of the most difficult decisions that we had to make as a district, because I don't think we've ever done that in this district's history, that given the circumstances and even looking at where we're at now into February, we remain in Tier 1 in the purple, limiting, even with the schedule that CIF has released about the fall schedule now, it leaves a lot of schools continuing to remain at home and be very limited to what they can do in competition. So we understand how meaningful that is to our students, but our commitment is to focus now on moving forward with the remaining sports for the year according to the schedule for CIF for the spring. The 19th, the 26th, and February 1st, we started our teacher roundtables on distance learning. This was in response to the outcomes for fall under distance learning with the actual, not only the grades, but really the struggles that even our educators are going through. So we wanted to hear from them. I want to thank also Ms. Wolf for facilitating those conversations. It's my understanding that there's representation from all the schools. So I applaud you for that. And it's more about outcomes and recommendations that we're looking for when these roundtables are being facilitated by Ms. Wolf. Not only that, but also in February when we get started, we worked on the launching of our COVID take-home test as directed by the Board of Education in December. It took some time to coordinate because there's a lot of logistics and also key information, including liability, including consent from parents about student testing. As you know, that there is some restrictions to who can be tested for students specific to the age of 16 and under, or under 16. But we're happy and to say that we already have received some requests. The word is out there. We'll continue to have weekly communication through social media and emails about the reminder how families immediate family, students, and also staff members can request take-home kits. Also given the option that they could be mailed out to the homes or also arrange for a pickup here at the district office. We start off with 500, and then we will monitor the numbers there, and hopefully, if things progress, there will be not many requests. That's what we want. But if there's a need, we will continue to offer that. Also on the first, we held our first student roundtable discussion on distance learning. Again, to seek recommendations about how we can better support students while they're going through distance learning, more specific to the classroom, the environment, what's happening. And lots of good stuff and information has been shared by our students, so we can disseminate that to our schools, our principals, and also through the staff. On the 4th, the spring semester parent forum will take place. That is tomorrow evening, and we are preparing for that. And then next week, we have the start of, or the reboot of our actually learning and athletic pods scheduled to resume. So we actually took this week to communicate with our parents, just to look at what the numbers look like now. Potentially, we may not have some students return. We may have some. So we want to get a good sense about what it would look like if we were to resume those pods moving forward. And then on the 26th of February, our Lunar New Year celebration is approaching. So this would be the second annual traditional event. We started last year, and we're very happy of the coordinating efforts done through Mrs. Chivitia's office and also some of our school staff that is excited to participate in this event again and coordinating it. You're going to see that the event, if we are able to do it, and at this point we are under the county's guidance for our car parades, it would be similar to the Posada through the drive-through, providing not only a celebration but also some meals and also hopefully some music and just entertainment under the protocols and safe conditions that we have to abide by or actually run through for at least for the time being, unfortunately. So there is a timeline all the way through the end of this month, and March will most likely will give you some more updates on what's happening here. But I want to get on to the actual focus on what we've been working on, and then again into the spring semester, starting with some of the data that you may be aware of or you may continue to follow from the Department of Public Health. To my left, you have total numbers as of today in regards to really the numbers that we've seen increase overall. And I'm not going to read them point by point, but if you take a look at it, these are numbers as of yesterday, according to numbers collected through the Department of Public Health. To my right, you'll see the tier system that we've become familiar with. And although there have been changes about the state going to the 5 regional areas from the state, lifting that now, returning back to the actual tier system and emphasizing that through county, the virus transmission in Lake County is still rated widespread under the governor's plan, actually a reopening plan, which also identifies it in the purple, which is a tier 1. And I think that's something that we all learned along in this COVID pandemic lingo or terminology that we're getting used to now. But the other bullet points provide just specific points that over the 7 days that we've seen an average about 5,641 new cases per day. That's about a 50% decrease from 2 weeks ago. That is good news, significantly good news when you're talking about the decrease overall. But as I've heard earlier, that when you compare these numbers to the numbers that started in March and into the summer, these are significantly still high. Another key point here is looking at the adjusted case rate from yesterday. That's a 38.7 per 100,000 as of yesterday's recorded. So again, that's still a drop, but very high compared to earlier months that we've seen. And then finally, the hospitalizations. We know that the ICU units have been key to determining what direction the county would be placed in. There are about 5,165 patients with a confirmed case, which also is a decrease from 14 days ago as well. Good news, and I think we're hoping that it continues that trend into the actual downward spiral of the COVID cases across LA County. Here's some more maps for you to consider and look at. On the left side is the areas that have been most impacted. The closer you get to the downtown area, the more you're going to see the spike in COVID cases from the central LA area, the downtown, the south South LA area, the San Gabriel Valley, and then as you spread out, it becomes probably a little bit thinner from what I see. I've highlighted the 3 major cities that we serve: El Monte, Roseby, and South El Monte. And if you take a look at it, it's kind of a comparison that we can say, well, I know some cities are larger than others, like El Monte, but when you look at the actual rate, South El Monte has the higher case rate right now at 1163 over the 14 days. In fact, Roseby has the lowest, and El Monte is about 961 overall. And that actual graph there at the bottom, it shows you all the way from where we were at way back in February 2020 until February 2021, and it looks like the crucial months of November, December, even in January, are on a decline now, and most folks would say because of the social distancing issues that we had over the holidays and several things that we can consider, but we look to see that downward trend continues onto that map. Okay, next slide here. In the capacity of how we look at student data and the service that we're providing, I wanted to share this slide with you because I know that Hazel Health has been very beneficial to our students. We did recently launch the services to all schools, but Mount View High School has actually had Hazel Health since last school year. And thanks to the Board of Trustees and the work that we did last year into getting the services there to Mount View High School, I wanted to just give you an update of where we're at and the work we're trying to do to continue to increase that. The percentages you see reflects the cumulative students enrolled at each school site as well, about the folks that have been registered and the students according to the population. There's active campaign from the district standpoint to increase enrollment. But we also know that we need more help. We need help from students. We need help from our community to get the word out about this wonderful benefit about telehealth services while students are at home. And then also we started a student-led publicity campaign, which Silali had mentioned about, getting the word out there, learning and seeing and doing the way through the eyes of students. And then I've learned a lot through the discussions of TikTok to Instagram, and just the many ways that I could never think about, how kids think and see and find. So I'm very excited that for the students that they can assist us in how do we get this word out there to increase the opportunity to serve students when there's a need. And I share this success story down there because I think it's important that when you hear from students, when you tell stories about the impact these services play on kids, it's really telling about the work that the Board of Trustees is doing to support our students during the pandemic. And I won't read it, but I think you get a good sense in looking at that we made a difference in the child's life and also the family because of the limitation that they had through their own care provider in a case of a positive student that we had and remaining at home and how to care for themselves, how to get better, and led the physician that was the manager for Hazel Health, led the mother about things that were important when the student was sick at home and how to care for not only him, but the actual family as well, too. So there's just a success story, one of them, of many that we've had over the last couple of months, too. Next slide. We get into now the school setting and the requirements, since we've seen many changes over the last couple of months about where we're at this point and what we're allowed to do under the system that we call the Open Schools for State's Blueprint for a Safer Economy. So what's allowed now? And I mentioned the elementary schools because there's a connection to our high school kids with the families that they have also siblings at the elementary schools. They are able to bring back students at this point under a threshold of 25 or less new infections a day per 100,000 students. And if one of our feeder schools had applied already previous to January and before December, that they would be allowed to continue that. For those who had submitted application but not have been approved yet, those are on hold at this time, it's my understanding. At this point, I believe that there is other services being offered at the school sites, but I believe the reopening of the actual in-person instruction in our partner schools has not occurred at this point. No schools in LA County may open for person in classroom instruction for 7th grade onward all the way to the grade 12 under the tier system, which we call the purple tier or tier 1. And then we would have to consider a case rate of less than 7 a day per 100,000 residents to allow the middle and high school students to reopen. So when you look at 25 and how what's being allowed now for those TK2 and then TK6 eventually for high school, it's going to be very challenging if we look at that 7 a day per 100,000 residents at this point. If you look at back a couple of slides, I think the case rate at this point is 38, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a long way to go into the winter season and now coming into the spring season soon. And then the county also, when we reach the tier 2 system, all schools would be able to open, including the actual high schools that we're referring to from 7th to 12th grade as well. Okay, so what is permitted right now under the blueprint? So right now the county, and again, keep in mind that the county must follow the state blueprint, but also could put more adverse or stricter conditions on our school settings depending on the volume of COVID cases within the county. So the in-services for small stable cohorts that we have worked on since the fall, specific to servicing students that need, including students with IEPs and our English learners, that continues. And not only those students, but also other students that may be in need of services. That includes foster youth, and that includes other students, for example, that academically are not being successful. So all those things are in place now and are permitted. There was an increase from 12 students to 14 students in LA County. 14 had always been the state allowance, but the county has held to 12 students in a pod, in addition to 2 adults, which does not include any additional adult that's required, such as one-to-one, if there's a need to include a one-to-one aide in that classroom. We must adhere to the actually safe opening of schools, protocols, and procedures. And also, when you think about the entire student population with various programs that are happening on campus for support, it cannot exceed 25% of the actual entire student body at this time. You may have also heard that daycare is offered as well and allowed. I understand some of our partner school districts never stop daycare. They have daycare programs now as we speak. I believe the Monte City School District has continued that even throughout the winter break and ongoing. Youth sports protocols for high school sports through small cohorts can continue. Again, these are emphasizing the conditioning and workouts only with no practices at this point or competition with very little leniency for tier 1 sports. Okay, so if we move on to the next slide, we want to get into vaccinations and specific to vaccination for educators. And we all have been hearing and waiting for our timeline to come for our educators to be vaccinated. And at this point, it's my understanding in LA County, we have not started that process. They are finishing off with the 65 and older seniors at this point that they are servicing, providing the first dose and second dosage of shots. And we're hoping that as soon as that is done, that the next phase would be the 1B for the other 3 remaining groups. If you look at February, the tier 1 includes educators and childcare providers, emergency services, and also food and agriculture too. It's yet to determine how the state or county is going to handle which comes first, whether the educators, childcare, emergency services. So we're going to continue to monitor that because through my research, there has been no determination how that's going to come about. And then you see the tier 2 that follows down the road as well. On my right side, a couple of bullet points that I've learned that the state also has announced that Blue Shield will oversee the entire distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. And also the Blue Shield will identify the priority groups, how they would coordinate the distribution of the points, handle the appointments and everything else. So we're seeing this change as we see this week and ongoing, and we'll continue to learn more about the process for that. For educators, we anticipate, as we've been told several times, that it would be in February. We're in February now. It's looking more towards the end of February to mid at the earliest. And I also understand that the goal is to at least have the first vaccination completed for all educators prior to the end of March. So there is a large gap between what they're saying for February all the way at least the first soldiers by the end of March. So you can see the number of not only teachers but also school employees, which falls under the educators plan to be vaccinated. And then we also have discussed what is required for our employees, and many questions have come about, do we need an ID? Do we need verification? What's the actual form? Although there hasn't been no confirmation about LA County what's going to be required, we hear that school IDs are potential. A pay stub is another reference or check for employees, and also obviously their California ID and other forms of verification. Our district office has mailed out information utilizing a letter from the school district confirming employment from El Monte High School District, as well as information about how to get registered and how to keep up with information coming from the county itself. Okay, next slide, please. Also, questions are being raised about what's the status for vaccination for students. Some of you may know that there is an allowance for vaccination for students that are 16 and older. Only Pfizer vaccine provides that opportunity for now, and all the way on from 16 to 18. And if we could look at an opportunity to determine when that timeline would be, they would not be part of the educator timeline. It would be further down the road. And with the also changes about the California now adjusting to rate or age periods about when the vaccine was distributed, we anticipate that students would be on the ladder about moving down in the next couple of months. Okay, probably late spring into the summer. The questions also have been, will the county require consent, since we have learned that 16 and over within the state guidelines did not require that. But the county said that they will most likely would require parental consent, except for HPV and also hepatitis B. And another question has also been raised that is this going to be mandatory for all students to be vaccinated if they were returning back to campus? The county did not confirm that, but they believe that it will not be mandated because it's currently under emergency use of authorization by the Department of Public Health. And we also know that there hasn't been an official announcement of the actual vaccine for children under the age of 16 too. So we're awaiting more information on that as well. Okay.
Dr. Zuniga?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
If I may, just one comment. When the vaccine becomes available to students and I guess to a broader segment of the population, I think it may be a good idea, and hopefully my colleagues will agree to this, to send out messaging through our regular communication channels to our community that the vaccines are available and that they're safe for people to receive. One of the biggest concerns that I have is if there are folks who are hesitant to take a vaccine, whether it's the Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, whichever it may be, because they feel that it may not be safe. These vaccines, although they do have emergency use authorizations at the moment, they have been tested, they continue to be tested, and they have been shown to be safe and extremely effective. So I just want to make sure that we're considering sending out messaging to our community in a culturally sensitive and linguistically sensitive manner as well, so that our community members understand that this is the best route for all of us to take, so that we can all get back to a regular or more normal sense of our world.
That's a great point, Mr. Briones. And again, I'm going to reach out and I'm going to need the assistance of not only our school community, but our students, leaders to also connect to other students, because I feel there's a strong connection between students and other students across the board, and having that campaign through their communication needs will also be explored. But also our parents having that confidence that, having the vaccination opportunity is is something that we strongly would consider to keep everyone safe, especially in a large setting like the school, when you have over 1,000 students, coming back to campus. So
And
we'll keep that.
one additional comment, as part of that communication, sharing with our community, particularly those who are undocumented, that these vaccines are available to everyone. Documented status is not relevant in this situation. It is not going to be held against somebody in public charge. They are made available to everyone.
It's a great point. And again, not having that information really refrains people from wanting to get that vaccination. So thank you for that information and the recommendations. We're going to
see,
go ahead.
Student Trustee Palacios has raised her hand. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mentioned in the comment, but I think it would be something that we could do is create a video showing our educators getting vaccinated, because I think that could build trust. And obviously, like, I'd be more than happy to bring this up to the committee that I'm working with, because we are working on increasing our social media usage within our district and just promoting things like our Hazel Health partnership. So I definitely think that in pushing this information out, we could get our community to trust this vaccine and the vaccination process itself, because I know that there's some people who are a little concerned with how rapid it came out. But yeah, I agree that this should be something that we focus on promoting.
Great point. Again, thank you for sharing your thoughts and suggestions. Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide now. So we've been exploring partnerships the last month that we have discussions about opportunities to stay home and get vaccinated in our local community, specific to our community that is underserved and is a community of color. Our schools are safe havens for our community, and I think having a familiar face see them and greet them would only benefit our population, our school community, to come to a center where they're more comfortable with. Further, that a lot of folks don't have transportation to get to those super hubs at this point. And we're doing our best to reach out to several entities and agencies, starting with Hilda Solis's office, our supervisor for Area 1, who obviously works closely with the county board of supervisors for LA County, which works hand in hand with the Department of Public Health. And if we can get some support, we're happy to provide the actual facilities, the large parking lots that we have structured, if there's an indoor opportunity to safely do that, the large gymnasiums. So anything that we can do that we already have, the resources that we can provide, including staffing for setting up, breaking down, anything that we could do, we want to do it, and we're hoping that we get that opportunity to do that and bring a vaccination center to our backyard, more specific to our schools as well. The other one, and I'm really excited to share this information with you, is a partnership proposal for a agency that focuses on community health. So this partner is Shared Harvest, and it's specific and it targets our communities that mirror who we are as the greater El Monte area. They provide vaccination and staffing. They work with the Department of Public Health. So they are a provider that focuses on reaching out to these communities. And the distribution strategy would be according to a plan that would be formulated with the district. For example, they would start in pods. Which would be the priority pod for our school district? Would it be employees? Would it be families, immediate families? Would it be families that have elderly? So we want to not only include the employees, but also the school community and our families into these hubs. So once we determine that and we form that, then at least we can determine what's the best way to disseminate that, whether we have one central hub, where we have maybe multiple hubs, and that also is an opportunity to provide mobility vaccination, where their mobile unit would go to a neighborhood or to a household and provide that vaccination. So they're very structured in their planning, but also the emphasis is more is it being well informed and reaching out to these communities too. They estimate the question when we asked about what is the potential of vaccines per day. I'm sorry, I thought it was per day, but it might be per week. I apologize. if I mentioned it, but they mentioned about 500. And if that's the case, I think we can really support our community, not only our employees, but also our community. They are required to follow the county scheduling program. For example, right now, if we were to start this, it would be only the folks that are 65 and over. When we get to that phase 1B, it would be the educators. When we get to others, then there would be that process too. So we can't just say, hey, we're going to do this first. They still have to follow the county protocol, because the county is allowing them to have these partnerships with communities like El Monte. Okay, so we'll be providing the board more information on that. We met this morning with them, and we actually are looking forward to a proposal and agreement to bring back to the board in March, but get this started as soon as possible if we can do that too. Not to say that this is the only resource, but one that we have to inform you about right now, and we'll continue to explore other opportunities too, including a partnership with our entire K-8 school districts. We asked if this would be something that the entire school population within our community can participate, and they're open to that discussion too. So I'll be reaching out to our superintendents from our partner school districts. Next slide. This slide provides you kind of an overview about what we need to consider and think about. And I broke it down in 4 components. Number 1, by order, is obviously the spring semester. You heard the comments that our students engaged in during public comment at the start of the meeting. We know that the well-being of our students is really should be at the forefront for discussions, whether it's with our associations, whether it's through our parent forums, whether directly with our students about how we can better support them and get through this distance learning phase of our school careers, or for student school careers. Staff support, I don't want to leave staff support either, because at the same time that our students struggle, our staff continues to do their best here at work, at home, while coping with their families too, and their loss of their loved ones, like we all have witnessed at some point over the last couple of months. And we can't forget the class of 2021. I thought that the 2020 class had significant unfortunate situations happen to them, like not having graduation, not having prom, but our class may not have actually a day on campus if we don't not see the numbers progress as we see in LA County. But nevertheless, is that we have to be optimistic. We have to keep their morale up and do whatever it takes to at least make it a year that they can enjoy some type of setting, whether it continues through distance learning outside the work, the school environment, or even at graduation at some point, and how that would look like. We asked the Department of Public Health, would our graduation going to be allowed, and what is their plan and recommendation? The response was that it's too premature to tell. They believe that it's not going to look like 2019. And I say 2019 because that was the last regular ceremony that we had. But they're hoping that another car parade does not need to occur, that we can explore ways to, have perhaps maybe different graduation sessions, and just be creative how we can do it while remaining safe as we go through the process of vaccinations, even for youth and families as well. So that's the spring semester in a nutshell. And then we can have there's more areas to cover, but I think those are the 3 points that I wanted to share with the board. We just spoke about vaccinations, but also our duty to provide a timeline for staff members, inform them, ensure that we guide them, we walk them through not only that, but also, as we mentioned, our students and their families, and that we ensure a partnership with our local agencies if it's possible, so that way our vaccinations remain in our local community, and also make it accessible and easy for our community to come through. And then student vaccinations, again, as I mentioned, is when is that going to happen, and informing the public about what we anticipate. Summer school it's never too early to talk about summer school, number 1. We just started in February. We're doing registration for the fall already, but summer school usually comes around this time, and for us it's kind of standard where we determine how many days we would have. This time around, I do not see summer school the same way that we wouldn't see summer school as in the past. There's a need to consider different things happening over the summer. Number one, address learning loss. Number two, look at our scheduling options about what is going to be the need for our students. Are we going to be in distance learning, or are we going to be in a hybrid, or are we going to be able to have kids back on campus? Not only that, but how can we make up for some of the co-curricular programs that we lost over the last couple of months and provide a summer, a fun summer for kids that they can potentially enjoy, whether it's on campus or away on campus, continue club sponsorship over the summer, and invest in our kids, because they lost a lot, not only in their learning, but also in their experience at high school. So that's some of the plans that I see for summer school. I do want to comment that although summer school is critical, we also need to think about our own mental health and well-being, and we may also need some time away from our normal day-to-day distance learning and schedule as we've struggled to get to the end of the school year. And then as we approach the fall, again, address the learning loss and how does that look like? Does that mean potentially looking at an increase in days of the school calendar, which has been traditionally of 180 instructional days? And speaking with our labor partners and working with that, we have to address we can address learning loss instructionally. Transition to in-person instruction. We can't just turn on the switch and say that our kids are going to be okay coming back onto campus. So how does that transition look like from now into the summer, into the fall? And then last is what schedule is going to benefit our students moving forward in the fall semester. Okay, I don't have all these answers for you, but I know that these are priorities that we have discussed as a district and with our school principals, and that we're hoping that with support from everyone that we can put together, finish the spring semester safely, and then also prepare ourselves for the summer and the fall. As we know that the spring semester is not over, our attention goes to the spring semester now, and I'd like to go into the next slide. So here's our options that we need to consider for spring semester term 4. On the left side at the top, that we continue with distance learning through the end of the spring semester. We keep the same instructional schedule as we've seen in the fall and into term 3 of the spring. That we focus on improving student academic instruction and support, whether that's through staff collaboration, opportunities for professional development, meetings on site, meetings from the district office to support the school sites, what we're doing now, what I'm saying, and then follow all reopening of school protocols provided by the Los Angeles Department of Public Health. So that is kind of what we are doing now. That would be one option. The one at the bottom is to continue with distance learning until the county reaches tier 2, which is in the red, because even if we would want to return back at this point, we are not allowed to under the system. Also, the red would permit high schools to reopen. So that could be a month from now. That could be 2 months from now. There's no telling because only the health and the scientific data tells us that related to the tier system. My input on this is that we continue or we negotiate a hybrid instruction schedule so we're prepared if and when we would return back to campus this spring. And that would require a greater emphasis and urgency to have a schedule completed and be prepared for that. Of course, follow all reopening of school protocols provided by the Los Angeles Department of Public Health if there's in-person instruction at this time. The challenge is that breaking a schedule in the middle of the term may not benefit students or teachers because you're transitioning from on the fly from the hybrid, from the distance learning to the hybrid overnight. And that's why we always focus on the terms, right? We finish a term, we start a new term. And we were hoping to see that and looking at the data. As mentioned earlier, as far as, and in the actual specific item is having, the actual discussion, but also consideration of what we can do at this point. The Board of Trustees can also wait for a special board meeting as discussed in December on February 17th to further discuss and wait. I personally feel that 2 weeks, it's drastic to see or expect a big change from what we're seeing now in the percent, even in the decline of the cases that we've seen in the last couple of weeks too. I've also know that there's going to be a ramp up in vaccinations once Johnson & Johnson comes in with the vaccination. Once more providers are coming in. If you heard the news that CVS is now going to launch, a nationwide campaign about being vaccinated at a CVS. So we're hearing that in the next 2 to 3 weeks that this is going to expand greater. And right now, we're all anxious to get vaccinated. But until we get to that point, I cannot confirm when that will happen. So those are the options for the board. At this point, I feel that I do want to provide a recommendation, and although the board can consider it or not, we did say by the 17th, it would allow just some at least time for transition if we wanted to have a transition time. But again, it's just 2 weeks from now that we're referring to under these conditions. And the next slide is going to give you my recommendation, my thoughts at this time as well. My recommendation is to continue with distance learning through the end of the school year. Unfortunately, with living in LA County and especially at a high school setting, there's not a lot of talk and a lot of push for opening high schools. The focus has always been on elementary schools to get our kids back at the primary level, to get that going from TK to 12, and then another transition would be from TK to 6th grade. And hearing from the county, there's no concrete plan about what happened with high schools. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about our timing and the disruption of our instructional schedule in the middle of the actual term. Obviously, there is great concern because from what I see is that it's overwhelming for kids under this schedule. Even though they're taking 3 classes, the semester has been condensed. And though the spring semester allows for an additional 1 or 2 weeks into a 10-week term compared to the fall, it's still overwhelming and not dealing with learning at home, dealing with family scenarios, and also just keeping up with the pace of the distance learning schedule as well, and coping with it too. And you've heard those stories. So in addition to that recommendation, I think it's also key that we have those discussions at the table to say, is there any opportunities to adjust our schedule to provide maybe some times for students, and know that assembly bill that we have to adhere to under the minutes for the 80 minutes of asynchronous synchronous instruction. This would not mean that we would not do any type of connection to students. It would just be a change of pace for kids, whether it's a 1 day out of every 2 weeks, whether it's 1 day a week, or even at least a few hours during the week that we can maybe shift gears in what we're doing now. Again, these are solutions, and we are having that dialogue with not only our task force, but our teachers association, our students also considering some ideas that their neighboring colleagues or peers from other school districts actually have managed to work out too. So there's anything's possible at this point, but also we have to be creative and challenge ourselves how to address that. Support in school services. I feel in my duty to support kids when there's a need. So if kids need help because they're struggling at home, we have to have a place for them to come onto campus and get support. Though it's not in-person instruction, it is a place that they feel best at when they perform by getting support, whether it's just reinforcement, whether it's providing more resources, whether it's just having a safe, quiet environment in those classroom settings under the pods. I think that's evident that our high schools are passionate about, because there's no other way to get kids in person instruction at this time. So continue to serve the students with disabilities according to our pods, English learners, English language learners, as well our other prioritized groups such as our foster youth, our homeless kids, and also kids who have not been successful whatsoever in the distance learning model, and then really just childcare if there's a need for kids to be on campus too. And as I mentioned in the fall, that our goal is to really increase those pods as we learn more how to manage them. And with the exception of one case, I believe, in student cases related to COVID, the pods have been successful because we've had them structured, we've trained staff, we have adhered to all policies, including PPE, including social distancing, and we understand that there's concerns coming from our staff about, being with kids specific to the learning pod. But we continue to look at the direction of the county to ensure that we are adhering to all the policies in place that they have for us at this point. And then obviously the summer school plan to ensure that there's a robust plan to address learning loss and offer support for co-curricular programs, whether it's just more enrichment sports or clubs, organizations, once we're able to get kids back on campus in different settings too, that there's support from the Board of Trustees and the district on how to get those kids reacquainted back onto their campuses. Okay, not only that, but our families too. And those are the recommendations I have for spring semester overall. And I think that was the last slide. I could take any questions or open to discussion if the board wishes to discuss this or provide options.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, for your in-depth presentation today and recommendations. I see Mr. Salcedo had his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Briones. I first of all want to thank Dr. Zuniga for that rather in-depth presentation. It did raise some questions, but helped really enlighten and bring to light a lot of the current issues that are still going on in our county, and narrowing it down to our communities and what those numbers mean, right? Because we hear about the county in general, but this district is the hot zone. I mean, we have such a high infection rate, and so sometimes what's shared in general about the community, about the county in general, doesn't really resonate or isn't really what's happening here in our community, right? So I do appreciate those details. I also appreciate the different topics you covered, even though we may not want to hear about what some of the concerns are. You're bringing it up and you're addressing them, right? This isn't ideal. This isn't a set type of setting, right? I mean, we have to acknowledge that for it to benefit our students, it needs to be fluid, it needs to be flexible, and we need to keep adjusting, right? I know that, and I'm just going to comment and wait for everybody else to comment, but I know that seeing what friends, children, students have been going through, and my own two students, it would be really hard, I think, to switch up the program, to switch up the model this late in the year. I mean, we're finishing up, we're halfway through term 3. To switch it up now, I don't think would be in the best interest of our students. I don't think it'd be in the best interest of our teachers, or even our classified staff. I also don't think that we need to have a special board meeting to make a decision on whether we're going to continue in this format or change it to a hybrid model where we have some students back on campus. Personally, I'm leaning more towards finishing the year in distance learning. I know that you talked a little bit about summer school, but I'm going to save those comments for roundtable because it is something that I want to talk about, and how we're going to mitigate that learning loss, right? And how we're going to address some of those issues. So I'll save that for roundtable. But for now, those are my comments, Mr. Briones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Mr. Diaz, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Dr. Zuniga, for that robust presentation. I know yesterday in our check-in with respect to this agenda item, we talked about some of the state plans as well as some of the county plans that have been put forward, and what that means for the El Monte Union High School District. And I'm grateful that you were able to provide a comprehensive overview of what's all happening. I think, as I mentioned at the outset of this, everyone is going through some sort of grief as if they've lost someone. Some folks have physically lost a family member or a loved one, but they've also lost, camaraderie, routines, friendships, etc. And so I've learned early on, that we need to address this as if people were grieving. And so with that in mind, I think at the December board meeting or November board meeting, I had asked about, what we can continue to do to support our students, because we already knew that the mental health crisis was affecting our Monte Union High School District community. And with this pandemic, it's only exacerbated at times, 1,000. And so, I think for me, tonight we heard it from 37 Rosemead High School students. I've seen additional action online from students about the concern with respect to them being able to manage their student family life. Currently, I'm sure our student board member, Sitlali, could attest to some of the challenges that she's going through. We're all really trying our best to survive during this time. And so I am encouraged to hear, though, that we are getting prepared to mobilize vaccinations for our community. I love that we're already thinking about that and opening up facilities. I would love if we could do something similar to the Jeff Seymour Family Center, where they're currently giving people COVID tests, if that allows. But of course, if we can provide vaccinations, even better. And then the education piece, as Mr. Briones alluded to earlier, I think that's going to be instrumental in encouraging more folks to get vaccinated. And so I'm in favor of the remote schedule through the spring semester. However, I want to make sure that it also includes more social emotional support for students. Today we heard about something that Temple City's doing, where they've changed or rearranged their schedule to allow for more social emotional support. How can we do something similar to support student learning? I mean, we have the wellness centers that Mr. Larry Cecil's been working on for a long time. How can we mobilize the services that are supposed to be offered or being offered from there and increase them to meet the needs that we currently see? And so whether it's setting aside an hour a day for social emotional support, whether it's setting aside a day for social emotional support, whether that's opening up the wellness centers at a higher capacity, I don't have the answer for what that looks like for the El Monte High School District, but I really want to make sure that not only are we going to the remote schedule, but we're also moving forward with more social emotional support for all of our students and staff, because I can't imagine, how they're having to bear the burden of their students who they care for a lot, going through family loss, learning loss, relational loss, and having to process all that and then continue to do their job. So thank you again for your presentation. And again, I'm in favor of moving forward with the remote schedule through the spring semester. Thank you. Those are all my comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any other comments from my colleagues, Mr. Padilla, Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
I'm also in support. Originally, when we were dealing with the whole COVID, if you recall, I voted for us to go virtual the entire year, but then we started doing it, quarter or semester or quarter, every quarter. And so, yes, I'm in favor of continuing virtual. I would not want to disrupt what's taken so long for teachers to tailor their craft and for students to get used to that. And I think right now for us to change it will be a major disruption. And so I agree with the recommendation that Ann Bazile gave today, and also Lisa Chambers gave today. So that's where I stand on my position on that. I like the fact that we continue to follow the science, and the science tells us that right now is not the best time, particularly with those numbers that Dr. Zuniga showed today. And so that's where I'm at. I support the lives of our employees, and that to me comes above everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla, for your comments. Mrs. Torres de Segrist, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Zuniga, really your presentation is make me meditating a lot, and the situation that we are living. And I think that everybody has to be responsible and how to help each other, especially for I agree with Mr. Diaz, the emotional and social attitude of our high schoolers. That is so important because we have to remember when we were teenagers. And can you imagine if you would have been in this way that we have right now? What can we do? How can we do not only for me, for the society, for avoiding the big problems like what happened in Las Vegas, that 19 teenagers killed themselves. And that is really sad. We don't want that to happen with our students. And for that reason, all of us, we are responsible. And your presentation make us think a lot about what we have to do and how we have to support you. And yes, the situation is really bad, and all of us, we have to do something. And if somebody has new ideas, it's better to let you know what could be the new ideas. That I go to the public that get in touch with you, and they having new ideas that they can help us. It would be wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Zuniga. You did a very good presentation. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. I don't think anything more needs to be said. I agree with my colleagues. I think we should continue with distance learning through the conclusion of this school year. But I do want to read one comment from a student that reached out who submitted public comments and did contact me and specifically asked for this to be read. Going to school online during COVID has taken a toll on the mental health of students. The huge workload that we are assigned also gives us quite a bit of stress. I believe that we should have a day where we can be relieved of the stress and clear our minds. We would appreciate it if you consider giving us a mental health day like some other schools. Thank you. And this was submitted by Ms. Katie Tran, student at Rosemead High School. So I think moving forward, we should continue with distance learning, but see, Dr. Zuniga, if you could see what additional support we can provide to students so that they don't feel this constant anxiety that ever present, as we've seen, as Mrs. Torres de Segrist spoke to regarding incidents that took place in Las Vegas, and of course incidents that have taken place more closer to home. So at this time, I'll make the motion to direct staff to continue with distance learning through the conclusion of the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Briones, can we have our student board member say something? She was raising her hand.
Oh, I apologize. So let me withdraw my motion and continue discussion. Ms. Palacios?
It's okay. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up, obviously, like I was made aware of the public comments before they were going to be made. Multiple students had messaged me before this meeting just expressing that they had some comments that they wanted to make and they wanted the board to hear them. And naturally I said, you know, we have public comments for a reason. And I think it's better when you hear it from them themselves, because these are things that I'm hearing behind the scenes. And they're not only 37 students, they're close to 40 or 50 that are reaching out to me. And they have been reaching out to me for a few weeks now. And I just wanted to express that I feel like we really need to push out and express that we care about their mental health and those needs, because I've been at the center of that, and I've seen those comments, and I've also been, you know, I've felt those feelings that they're showcasing, and I do want to showcase that me as a student understand where they're coming from, and I hope that our board can also understand where they're coming from and why there is a dire need for that. I know we've heard about students who have committed suicide close to home, like Mr. Briones mentioned, and I worry that if we don't make those shifts, because we're almost at the end, that we'll have a student who comes at a breaking point, and that's my concern. So I just want to make sure that we consider those things, because these are our students, and I think that we've said it before, we need to prioritize our students. In the business manner, they're our number one customers. So I think that we really need to take into consideration how they're feeling and the impact that this is having on their lives, because it does affect them. It affects their families, and it's just bigger than it's going to take too much time or it's going to take too much work. I feel like they're worth that time and they're worth that work. And I hope you can take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios, for your comments. And I do want to, again, thank the students that submitted their comments today. For the sake of brevity, a lot of them were summarized because it was a similar message. But we do take into consideration the public comments that are submitted to us when we take action, particularly as it relates to our student safety and their mental health concerns. So I will make the motion now to continue with distance learning through the end of the 2021 school year, with the direction to direct staff to provide additional resources, mental health resources and social emotional well-being resources to our students to address some of the concerns that were brought up today regarding the distance learning. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion on the motion? No. Okay, seeing none. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'm going to start off with Mrs. Torres Segrest.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
and the count is 5-0.
Motion is carried 5-0 to continue with distance learning through the end of the 2021 school year. At this time, I'm going to recess for 5 minutes. It's 8:06 p.m. We'll return at 8:11. Thank you. I think we're
I'm
still
here,
waiting on Mr.
President.
Salcedo. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. I think we're still waiting on Mr. Salcedo.
I'm here.
All right, so we're going to resume with our regular agenda. Returning to item number 1, consider approval of the notice of completion for the District Community Education Center project, bid number 2019-20 B8. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
A second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll start with Mrs. Torres-Segrest. Want to unmute yourself if you're back, Mrs. Torres-Segrest? We'll come back
I thought
to
I had seen her come back.
Okay.
You want to, yeah, come back to her.
on to Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
and checking back in with Mrs. Estela Torres-Segrest. Are you with us?
Mr. Segrest is not on the meeting, unfortunately. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and give her a call as we go to the next item. I'm not sure if you want to wait and.
Let's recess while we try to get her back on.
Okay.
We'll
We'll give
reach out to her.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Segrest, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm back with you. I'm very sorry. I'm
No.
very sorry.
No worries.
I don't know. My system is not. It hasn't been working very well this day. But yes, I'm back now. I'm here now.
Great. President Briones,
Yes.
we can resume it whenever you're ready.
Okay,
I'm
so-
sorry, Mr. President. I'm very sorry. But now I'm
No
here.
worries. It happens to us. That's part of living virtually nowadays. So it's a regular agenda item number 1, consider approval of the notice of completion for the District Community Education Center project. We've taken votes already. We're just waiting on you. If there was any discussion from your end, and you're muted.
Okay. No, I don't have any discussion about either one. No, it's okay.
Okay, would you like to vote to approve?
I approve. Yes, I approve. I
Okay.
vote yes. Okay.
Thank you. So we have a total of the count is 5-0.
Thank you. So the item is approved. Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 2, consider approval to award RFP number 2020-2021 P9 to Nolan Construction Services to provide DSA Inspector of Record Services for the Rosemead High School Track and Field Replacement Project. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Again, we'll start with Mrs. Torres-Segrest,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 3, consider approval to enter into agreement with MTGL Incorporated to provide laboratory of record services for the Rosemead High School Track and Field Replacement Project. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Segrest,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
Mr. Briones,
Aye.
and the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is adopted unanimously. Item number 4, consider approval to enter into agreement with Impex Technologies Incorporated in response to bid number 2020-21 B12 for Nutanix services and related materials, supplies, and services. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve, and then I have some questions.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second for discussion?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Mr. Salcedo, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, in looking through the lengthy contracts and the information that was provided, I didn't see anywhere on there any kind of schematic as far as placement of these large batteries. Do we have any of that information?
I believe this is
servers.
Yeah, this would be the servers, correct? Is that the one you're referring to, or the other item on the agenda?
No, the servers and the other one too, but this one's the servers.
Okay, perfect. We'll discuss the impact that we would have for the servers and how that would affect the rest of our servers.
And in particular, is this something that the district office is going to house, or will this be at the sites?
Sure. We'll go ahead and have Mr. Steelman provide you just an overview of what the plan would be if we were to have these installed. Mr. Steelman, are you with us now, right?
Yep, absolutely. You can hear me okay?
Jeff, go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I'll remind the board, actually back in 2017, this was part of our camera surveillance program that was done through the last bond. We bought this same exact equipment that basically is used for our camera surveillance system. So it stores all of the live data and about a month's worth of video for all 250 cameras. We have phase 2 of camera surveillance that's coming up this year. And so this equipment will replace the existing equipment and add about 50% capacity for us to expand for phase 2 and phase 3. So the servers will be stored here at the district office. And this is really high-end equipment that allows us to maintain connectivity and all the various connections. We've got about, I don't know, 50 various staff members that are connected at any one time to this system.
Perfect. Yeah, I was curious if we were going to be replacing or this was going to be in addition to. So thank you for that, Mr. Steelman.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Any further questions or discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none. The item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Torres-Stigers?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz? I'm sorry, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 5, consider approval to authorize refundable application reservation fees to participate in the Southern California Edison Equity Self-Generation Incentive Program to provide incentives for installing qualifying battery energy usage. That was a tongue twister. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion?
Yeah, so this one was my previous question as to location.
Yes, that's an excellent question. The location would most likely have to be near the actual electrical work that we have, for example, where the solar power is being gained from. So we're anticipating through these planning stages that the schools would select the best area that's most suitable for both student safety, both the actual adaptability or to connecting to the actual electricity that's coming through the actual solar units. And I think at this time, there's no determination or no selection has not been confirmed for all the school sites. They're in the planning phase right now at this point. Ms. Alatar, if you have any additional information we should share, please go ahead and do so.
So can I just, real quick, I guess just to kind of be more specific, are we going to have to build additional structures for this? Will they need to be weatherproof? Do they need to be indoors? Are they going to be okay outdoors? You know what I mean?
Sure.
So
Yeah, they will be outdoors. There will be no special structure built, but there will be some construction done to make the area ready for the installation of these batteries.
So what you may see is some barriers to protect the equipment, but to keep students and staff safe from the equipment. I just want to make sure that there is provided. And I've also seen some that already have their internal barrier already built within. So that's another option too. That's the part that we're referring to. That it's already.
Yeah, we're currently in discussion and review with the consultant and the contractor to identify the best area to install these batteries. So there are many variables that are involved in order to determine the location, the best location in every site.
And for your request, Mr. Salcedo, I shared some samples that you wanted to see. So that also got, I believe, sent to you in your email if you want to check.
Okay, thank you.
With the board if they wish to, just kind of show a sample what it looks like, a battery.
Mr. Salcedo, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Segrest?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Mr. Briones,
Thank
I'd just like to make a quick comment on this.
Go ahead, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I just want to thank Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Alatar and probably Lena Luna if she's online now. I think this is a great example of how we've leveraged an opportunity through CARB, which we were only one of select statewide or districts that were selected into further savings and resilience for the Almani Union High School District and its family. So I just want to thank you all for working on this. Obviously, you all know I appreciate this type of work, especially given the climate crisis. So just want to thank you all for bringing this forward to us because this is going to be super important as we progress into this climate crisis. And we know that, wildfires will continue to happen, outages will continue to happen, and it's important that we have battery storage at the local level. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. I'll relay that message for Ms. Luna because she's done a lot of work behind this. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, consider approval of contract agreement between the Almani Union High School District and auditing firm of Eide Bailey LLP to perform audit services of bond measure HS per Proposition 39 requirements. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrest. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Start with Mrs. Torres de Segrest.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count is 5-0, sir.
Thank you. The item is adopted unanimously or approved unanimously. Item number 7, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the Almani Union High School District and Los Angeles Tech Trade College to offer dual enrollment credit for courses taken during the school day at Almani Union High School District high schools. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
I heard Mr. Padilla moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrest.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 8, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the Almani Union High School District and Pasadena City College to offer dual enrollment credit courses at Rosemead High School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion?
Just a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
I just want to thank the district for reaching out to Pasadena City College in terms of being equitable. I know for a long time we've done a lot of work with Rio Hondo Community College, and I know that when we started the ECA, the Early College Academies at South El Monte, we kind of wanted to do baby steps and we wanted to grow from there. And earlier we heard Hillary Wolf talk about, the selection of the classes and how they pick some, easy classes where they could still get the college credit, but we needed to experience some success before we started expanding. So now that I'm seeing that we've expanded to Pasadena City College with Rosemead High School, that makes me really happy, especially being Rosemead alumni, class of 1991. And also, there's been discussions about the Pasadena satellite campus there in Rosemead. I just think this shows some good faith on our part that we want to continue working with them, and that college and career is truly something that this school board respects and values. And today it was very powerful to hear our students talk about what these classes do for them and how it helps their self-esteem and how it makes them believe and shows them that they can believe in themselves in taking these college courses where they might have never had the opportunity to do that. And those classes, along with having a local, satellite campus, whether it's right across the street from El Monte High School, the one that we have from Rio Hondo College, or whether it's right across from, a bit of away from Rosemead High School, I think it's just important to have those facilities to provide these opportunities to our El Monte Union High School District students. So kudos to whoever got this going, Mr. Larry Cecil, and Hillary Wolf, and the rest of the staff behind that. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So the item has been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. We'll start off with Mrs. Delatorre-Segres.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Moving on to item number 9, consider approval of independent contractor agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Soundtrap by Spotify to provide an online subscription for students and staff of Mountain View High School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, sorry.
I heard Mr. Diaz first, seconded by
Yes, yes.
Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Segres.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. One moment. I apologize. Student Trustee Palacios does have preferential voting on this item. Ms. Palacios?
Thank you. I just can't stress enough how necessary it is for students to get the best equipment and subscriptions and applications made available to them, especially when we're dealing with distance learning. The board and myself are well aware of the pressures that our students face in this environment and the new challenges they face as a result of this environment. We cannot snap our fingers and end this pandemic, but I do think it is our duty to vote in favor of agenda items that make their distance learning experience easier and more manageable. The Soundtrap subscription is going to allow for our students and staff at Mountain View High School to access different sound bites, create music, and maybe even record a choir ensemble. The possibilities are endless, and I'm sure that for our creative students involved in band or choir, it's been especially hard to carry out those responsibilities when they aren't able to interact with their bandmates or their choir. My hope is that in voting in favor of this item, we can provide them with an opportunity to surpass these obstacles and still be able to enjoy the experience of creating or performing music, even if it isn't in the conventional high school way of doing so. So I hope you vote in favor of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios. I always appreciate your comments and support of the items that are brought forward. There's no further discussion. The item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Once again, we'll start off with Mrs. Torres-Segres.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 10, consider approval of independent contractor agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Young Producers Group Incorporated for online curriculum licenses for students and staff in the Visual and Performing Arts Department of Mountain View High School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mrs. Torres Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is adopted unanimously, or approved unanimously. Item number 11, consider approval to ratify agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Everlywell Incorporated for the purchase of COVID-19 home testing kits. Before we take a motion to approve, Dr. Zuniga, I believe you had a change to this item.
Yes, sir. I apologize that there is a missing zero on the actual budgeted amount. As you know, that we had ordered 500 actual test home kits for now. Our plan was to continue monitoring the need of those, and that we would budget for a duplicate of additional 500 in case there was a need over the next 3-year period contract. And though we may not be under the pandemic in 3 years, we do not have a timeline about when we would stop providing these to folks. So I would like to, if the board considers that we consider with the actual amount instead of the reading where it says 12,000, it's actually 120,000. We had missed that zero, and I apologize for that.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. So at this time, I will move to approve this item with the amended dollar amount of $120,000. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion?
Not discussion, but just a comment. You know, I know that I brought this up relentlessly at one of the meetings about the importance of getting testing kits for everyone, or access to testing kits, especially with some of the shortages that were happening. So again, just want to extend my gratitude to Dr. Zuniga and his team for making this happen. And I'm happy that students will have access to these testing kits for free. So thank you for that.
Me too. I really agree with you, President. Dr. Zuniga, thank you very much for doing this. The most important thing for us are our students, and you are thinking all the time about them, and this is the way. If we can afford them doing, that's the reason that we are here for them and helping them. Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate that from you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I want to give the credit where credit due, as the board was very supportive of providing this to the community, and we know that this is a need that's great in our community. So we also thank you for allowing us to move forward with this. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all for your comments. And Trustee Palacios, you have preferential voting on this item.
Yes, thank you. This pandemic has had a tremendous impact on our community. Every time I've had a reopening task force meeting, I get the news that the Almani community is one of the communities with the most COVID cases in the San Gabriel Valley. Our students live in multi-generational households. Our students are caretakers for their families, for their siblings, sometimes for their parents. I know that those dynamics are hard because that's a reality that I've experienced and I'm familiar with. When you have so many responsibilities to deal with and so many people surrounding you, it can be hard to find the time or the ability to go to a testing site and get tested. Being able to provide our community with 500 at-home testing kits is our way of helping stop the spread, but also ensuring that the well-being of our families and students. Our healthcare professionals have said time and time again that one of the most impactful ways to limit the spread of this virus is to do continuous testing. 500 test kits is our way of doing just that, and I think that if the demand increases, then we should look into ordering more test kits. Our board should definitely vote in favor of this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios. If there's no further discussion, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres Segrist?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And I skip Mr. Salcedo. Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. The count is 5-0. Caught you off guard there.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Moving on to item number 12, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the El Monte Union High School District and the University of Southern California for a COVID-19 rapid antigen study. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion?
Mr. Briones, I do have our project director from USC here, Daniel Soto. He was just joining us this evening, and I thank him for his time in case the board wanted to just know additional information, because we know that this may benefit our students overall, and we're looking forward to our partnership with USC, as we've had other partnerships in the past with researching from USC. So thank you, Mr. Daniel, for being here, for making the time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Any questions from colleagues?
No, Mr. Briones, but if we can have a quick summary so that students watching and parents watching can know a little bit about what the program is.
Sure. Mr. Soto, if you will.
Yes, absolutely. So this is an important project that we're working on at the University of Southern California, the Department of Preventive Medicine, to understand the role of rapid antigen tests at safely reopening schools as one of the tools that could be used to safely reopen schools. So this isn't something that would necessarily, take priority over policies that may already be in effect, especially as it relates to the Department of Public Health for LA County. This is something that we're actually partnering with the Department of Public Health in LA County to understand more about the role of these rapid antigen tests. The tests themselves are a nasal swab, and the results are available within 15 minutes. And so this is going to be a very important tool, we feel, to safely reopening schools. Thank you.
Mr. Soto, just maybe a question that you and I have had, and I'd like the board to understand, is how would this benefit the El Monte Union High School District by partnering up in this study? Because it's going to take a lot of work on your end and our end to coordinate this, but we also understand the results may benefit our community. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as is mentioned before, I know that I'm also live in the San Gabriel Valley, but I know that El Monte has been hard hit by this and this pandemic, and this will definitely benefit the district in the sense that we, will have tests that we can provide to the students and to administrators and teachers on campuses once campuses reopen. I'm not sure what that looks like now, but once that campus is reopened, even partially, we can learn more about, these tests have potential for identifying cases of asymptomatic students before they become spreaders of the virus on campus. And so I know that this has great potential at being a tool that could be used so that you could prevent the spread and outbreak on campuses when schools reopen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Soto, for that information. Any further discussion from the board?
So just a quick comment. So Mr. Soto, let's say you swab one of our students' noses, you get the test back in 15 minutes. Let's say it's positive. What does a positive antigen test mean to a family?
Yeah, great question. So for now, the way a positive antigen test is being treated, it would be the same as a positive PCR test, which is the test many of us have gone in and taken during this pandemic. That usually takes about 24 to 48 hours for your results. So the family should follow the same quarantine and isolation procedures as if it was a positive PCR test. Since the rapid antigen test does have, there's about an 80%, correct positive reading, but if there tends to be maybe a 10% false positive, it's suggested by county health officials and the CDC that the family also do a confirmatory PCR test. But keep in mind, these are asymptomatic individuals, so people who don't know that they're carrying the virus. It would catch them much sooner.
So if I'm a parent and I say, well, what's the difference between the COVID test that El Monte Union High School District is doing. There's 500 of those, and this antigen test. What is the difference, Mr. Soto?
So the antigen test would be administered on campuses, and the results are available within 15 minutes.
Now, in terms of confidentiality, will those results be given to the parents since we're dealing with minors?
Yes.
And in terms of HIPAA, not to the school, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you, Mr. Soto, for taking the time to answer the questions and provide additional information. If there's no further discussion, I believe our student trustee has preferential voting on this item as well.
Yes, thank you. Reopening our schools has always been the end goal of this pandemic. With analyzing our DNF rate, the mental health impact of this pandemic amongst our students, and just acknowledging that long term, this is not a way of learning or educating our students, we have obviously looked forward to opening our schools in a safe way. With the current state of the world, we are all unsure when that might be, but most importantly, what it will look like. In order to get to that end goal, studies need to be done. I feel that the study being done by USC and the LA County Department of Health on the use of rapid tests among school-aged children is a good way of getting an understanding for what we need our staff and our students to prepare for when schools do reopen. The main goal is always to provide our students with a great education in a safe learning environment. Testing our students and ensuring that they arrive on a school campus that is safe and sanitary is part of reaching that main goal. We should definitely contribute in any way that we can to this study, as it will give us further information and data that will allow us to move forward with the eventual plan to reopen our schools and the accuracy and reliability of rapid tests among school-aged children. We should vote in favor of this regular agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios, for your comments. At this time, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote. Dr. Zuniga, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. We'll start off with Mrs. Torres-Segrest.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 13, consider approval of Student Information Systems Coordinator position. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I have a question.
Let's get a motion to approve in a second for discussion.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second for discussion?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrest. Mr. Padilla, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Currently, how many technicians do we have per site offering, technical assistance with computers, Wi-Fi, all that stuff? How many of those employees do we have at each site right now?
We have one site tech at every site, Mr. Padilla.
Okay, and so this, and on average, I know we have the HR person. On average, what is the pay of those technicians at the site versus I didn't see a dollar amount for this position. You guys put the step and the number, but I did not see a dollar amount on that. Can you answer both? What is the average pay for a tech on site providing direct services to a school site? And then how much we're going to be spending on this person, this new position?
Sure. First of all, I don't know if Ms. Torres wants to chime in, but first of all, let me rephrase. We have one site tech for each one of the comprehensive high schools, and then we have one technician that floats between the other three sites. So the starting pay is somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 for our technicians, and this position is starting at roughly $10,000 more. There's a significant amount of responsibility onto this position. It is completely different from that of a site technician, which is there to support the hardware installations as well as software components. But this one is very specific to just the student information system and all the new pieces that are coming in with the new product.
Okay. You talked about somebody, we share one of the technicians between what? Talk a little more about that. Who do we share for that?
We have one site technician that floats between Fernando Ledesma as well as the transition center and the adult school.
So is that counted with the other five that are in the district, or is that a separate one?
We have 6 total.
6 total.
That's
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And so why do we need this new position? Like, why can't you do it if you're at the district? And I mean, why can't you do it? That's this, I'm being blunt.
It's a very fair question, sir. The new student information system, you'll remember we presented that last year to the board. It's $750,000 initiative. There is 6 new mobile applications that are coming along with it, including the integrated gradebook. There's an MTSS data dashboard. There is a tremendous amount of training and retraining as the system is always getting updated now. 2 major updates per year. We've never had a front-end person to do the training for that software. It's been a big need for us. We actually did a staff needs assessment, and that was one of the major items that was addressed within there. So we absolutely must have a point person for all of the new integrations that are coming in with the SIS. I cannot guarantee full success with all of the various programs that are coming in unless we have a dedicated person for that position. And then I'll also remind the board that through attrition, we actually froze a position. We had a tech that had retired a 1.5 years ago. And so we're not asking for the department to be increased. We're simply, moving seats within the bus. At least that's what the ask is for.
Yeah, but we have 1 per site. That was the final answer, right? We have 1 per site, and then
we had 7, sir.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
If I could add some additional commentary, I'll be supportive of this item tonight. Having worked in this department for 11 years and having had experience in IT, it's a position that is desperately needed. Sites, aside from dealing with COVID right now where there's nobody on campus, but if we had everybody on campus, those technicians would be handling day-to-day operations. I've been there firsthand, and you need somebody who's dedicated to this. Now, this isn't a help desk position. This isn't even a network technician or a systems administrator who's updating network equipment or installing Wi-Fi devices, access points, things like that. Somebody dedicated strictly to the new SIS, which we approved. Because you want somebody who's able to focus on that job, because that SIS is critical to the operation of our district, and you don't want somebody who, in a moment of need, that they're busy handling something else. You want somebody that's focused on this particular system. So it's as Mr. Steelman stated, correct, through attrition. There was a technician who retired 1.5 years ago, and that position wasn't filled. And had it been filled, I think this position would still be necessary, because the IT staff has done a great job handling what's been thrown at them over the years. But I do firmly believe that it's necessary for us to provide the appropriate resources and funding for the department so that they can continue to provide excellent service to the over 7,000 students that we have on our campuses, and the over 800 faculty and staff that are there on a daily basis, particularly now during distance learning. So I will be supportive of this item. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll start off with Mrs. Estela Torres-Tigres.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
No.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count is 4 yeas, 1 no, 1 no being Mr. Padilla.
Thank you. The item is adopted by a 4-1 vote. Moving on to item number 14, consider approval of resolution number 19-20/21 for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by Education Code sections 15102 and 15268. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Torres de Seigres?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The count is 5-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously. Item number 15, consider approval of resolution number 20-20/21 in recognition of the Lunar New Year. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Seigres, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion?
That was Mr. Padilla. Clarify.
Sorry, say that again.
I think that was Mr. Padilla.
You have a second by
Seconded? Okay, so moved by Mrs. Torres de Seigres, seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
I just think it's great that we're recognizing all of the different cultures that we have in our school district. I know that this is a district that's primarily made of Latinos and Hispanics, and it's great to recognize their cultural accomplishments and some of the things from their culture. But I also think it's equally important to recognize our second largest ethnic group in our school district. And I'm glad of all the work that has gone into having the Lunar Year celebration that we're going to be having at the school district in the same manner in which we recognize Latino culture and our the cultures from Spanish-speaking countries. So kudos to the school district, to the staff members, and to everybody that's involved in ensuring that we have that cultural sensitivity and that we show that that we are proud of the mosaic and the different cultures. And that's exactly what makes our district a very rich place to come to school. And so it makes me really proud that we acknowledge all cultures in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, the item has been moved by Mrs. Torres de Seigres, seconded by Mr. Padilla. And Dr. Zuniga, if we could reflect that in the minutes. I know on the big screen it says Mr. Salcedo seconded the motion.
Yeah, well, no, I think I was actually already had bidden on it, so we'll go ahead and take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Torres de Seigres?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
We have a count of 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution is approved unanimously. Item number 16, consider approval of resolution number 21-20/21 item number 16. The screen moved on me. Item number 16, consider approval of resolution number 21-20/21 in recognition of Black History Month. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Mr. Diaz. Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Torres de Seigres?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The count is 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Item number 17, consider approval of resolution number 22-20/21, designating February Teen Dating Violence Awareness Prevention Month. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Seigres. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Seigres?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Item number 18, consider approval urging the governor to direct the State Board of Education to request a waiver for standardized testing from the United States Department of Education due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
I heard Mr. Padilla moved the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Is there any discussion?
Just a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to ask for a waiver and stuff. Just the testing conditions and the learning conditions for so many of our students is just not optimal for learning. And when you think of standardized testing, I mean, think of all the things that they want to remove from the walls when we're on campus. Some of our families live like in the living room or very small quarters. It's not like the child can isolate to go take this test and all the different sections that these tests have. So I would request. That's why I'm in favor of this waiver.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Stigers?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count is 5-0.
Thank you. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Moving on to item number 19, review, discuss, and revise the district's administrative regulation 1312.3 uniform complaint procedure, first reading, February 3rd, 2021. Any input from colleagues on the board or questions?
Yes, I have some quick input. One of the things that I would like to see is that if we could do a formal presentation to all of our parent groups, and when I say this is, I think it's paramount and it's extremely important for the parents to understand this process or this procedure, like doing a presentation to the ELAC, where a lot of our parent leadership comes from, the school site council, doing a presentation to them on the uniform complaint procedures or the uniform complaint policy, doing it to the Citizens Oversight Committee, presenting it to DLAC, and also presenting it to the SAC, the Student Advisory Committee. We have a leader that's very much an amazing leader that could definitely talk about this with other student leaders to then explain it to their parents who might not understand it or might not be a part of the ELAC, School Site Council, the CLC, the DLAC, or the SAC. I think the more people that know about this, the better. And I say that not so that they file something against us, but so that they know, what their rights are and what the procedure is. And if something is not right, or they feel that they've been discriminated against in, the specific programs that the UCP covers, I think it just puts it out there that we're transparent, that we're not trying to hide it, that these forms are readily available in a school office, and that a student and a parent could sit down, or a student can help a parent, write this down and report it to the district, because if any of those violations or anything like that are happening, that they know that there's an avenue and there's a place where they can go to get the issue resolved. It's kind of like when we have an audit and there's findings. The findings are not to tell the district, we got you on something, you guys are screwing up, but it's a way to fix that finding to make the district that much better. So that's just a recommendation. I think we need to put it more out there than what we currently do by just putting the forms on in our offices, but not really talking to the parents about it or putting it out there. That's my 2 cents on the uniform complaint procedure and the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further comments or discussion from the board? Okay, thank you for your input, Mr. Padilla. Moving on to item number 20, initial proposal of the California School Employees Association and its El Monte Union High School District Chapter number 11 to the El Monte Union High School District for the 2020 through 2021 school year. This proposal will be negotiated according to collective bargaining procedures for the 2020 through 2021 school year. Any comments or input from the board on this item? Or Dr. Zuniga, if you have any information to present?
No, further bill, this is just a formality. We had the opportunity to do a public hearing at the beginning in order for us to begin negotiations with CSCA. And traditionally, these are reopeners, which the CSCA provides us as far as their articles of interest for bargaining. And that includes the Article 2, Organization of Security. Number 27, this is wages and compensation, also the promotion, which is Article 29. So we will begin as soon as probably the end of this month or mid-month, so we can get that going.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. And final item we've already discussed and gave direction. So we'll be moving on to board communication roundtable. At this time, it's an opportunity to bring up topics or discuss issues to be brought forward for future agenda items. And just a reminder to my colleagues, if you could please limit your comments or discussion item, or presentation to 5 minutes apiece. I'll start tonight with Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. Excuse me. Just what I was referring to earlier, Dr. Zhu. I would like a presentation at the next board meeting. Just what the plans are for summer school. I know that you alluded today to possibly changing it up and adding some fun things and kind of taking advantage of the time to kind of fill in some gaps and just different camps. But I know that's probably one of the biggest questions I've been asked by neighbors and colleagues. You know, what about summer school? What's going to happen? And so I think, you know, the start date, what the topics are going to be, will there be enrichment, get ahead classes? What is it going to look like? So I would really appreciate a presentation on that, as well as, you know, how we're going to address the learning loss, you know, through summer school or other avenues. So those are my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. If there's concurrence presentation.
That's a board direction for next month. Would you like to see that as part of one of our instructional updates? More of that
yeah.
for you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Salcedo?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I've got several items. Number one, the first thing I like to do is I'd like to commend and thank Citlali Palacios for all of her leadership and all of her work with her peers and with our students. And just like she said, they are our number one customers. And when we make these decisions, we always must remember that they're the ones that it's going to affect. So I just want to commend you, Citlali. And another thing I just want to tell my colleagues, and if we could just practice her name. Sometimes when some board members say her name, they don't say it right. Can you pronounce your name for us? I always say Citlali. Am I saying it correctly or not? Because some people have said it all kinds of different ways. Can you say it for us, Citlali?
It's Citlali, but it's like, I don't mind that it's mispronounced. It doesn't bother me, so don't feel the pressure. I know it's really hard and difficult. I've had family members who struggle with it, so please do not worry. And thank you for the nice comments. I appreciate it.
So do
we leave the
C out or do we include it?
You leave the C out.
Okay.
It's silent. Yes.
Okay.
So if I may, Mr. Padilla, just really quick. Sorry, I wanted to share this, Citlali. If folks around the world can pronounce names like Tchaikovsky and Dostoevsky, they can pronounce your name. So don't settle for somebody mispronouncing your name. Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yes, and I totally agree, because it's a level of respect. We must give you that. I'll never forget when some guy, I forget what state it was, wanted to call, you know, Kamala Harris, Kamala and made fun of her name. And I thought, that is so disrespectful. You know, you're talking about a person's name, their identity, the name that they were given by their parents, and everybody has a story behind their name. And so I wanted to make a point of that, Citlali. So thank you for your leadership. I really appreciate it. Number two, on the issue of equity and equality, we don't want any board member to do more or to do less, but to do the same as everybody else. So I want to commend and thank my colleague, Trustee Professor H. Estela Torres de Sigres, for posting her biography on our district webpage, and also for the district putting her picture on there. Thank you to the staff that assisted with all that, and thank you for posting your phone number and email to be accessible to the public and all of our stakeholders. Number three is I would like for us to have more communication with the El Monte city manager. And I say that because recently the city of El Monte is acquiring the Budget Inn Motel and the M Motel. And I think that there is very poor communication between the city informing us of what their intentions were there, as this affected some of our families in both El Monte City School District and El Monte Union High School District. So is there a way that we can get a report from the city letting us know what's happening there? All I heard is that they're going to be providing housing for homeless and for foster youth, but I want a little more meat to that. And I know that I saw the city manager on several stories in the newspaper, and I just kind of thought, and I'm like, if she's got time to be posing for pictures for stories on the newspaper, maybe she should come next door and talk to us about what the heck is happening with those 2 motels that is affecting our families, which to me, I shouldn't have to read about it in the newspaper. I remember calling Dr. Zuniga about it. And if you recall, Dr. Zuniga, you knew nothing about it, only what you had seen in the newspaper. So I think that has to change. And I think that we could build that relationship with the council or the new city council or whatever you want to call it. The communication must improve. And lastly, I was just really saddened to hear that the Mountain View School District is closing 4 schools. Honestly, I was disgusted by the board, by Mr. Adam Carranza, Christian Diaz, Jacqueline Saldana, and them closing these schools over there during COVID-19 times is just really sad. In a time where we need consistency, security, and trust, because they are trustees and the public needs to trust in them, I am saddened that they're closing 4 schools. That is just the displacement of our beautiful children, the principals, the teachers. This is so traumatic for these students during this time. It could not have come at a worse time. So I'm just simply disgusted by that. And I know that the community is talking about that. And I know that they will remember that these were the board members that closed these schools. And I don't ever want to be a part of that. And the reason that I say that is because I know there's been talk about us closing down the Pasadena City College satellite campus. And I don't want to be one of those board members that closes schools or closes colleges. And so I just thought I needed to say that. We're the worst time to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Yes, Mr. Padilla, I had to do that. I'm so sorry that I did it so late like today, but before I couldn't do it. But I didn't want you to remind me that I had to put my bio. Thank you very much for reminding me all the time. Thank you so much. First, I want to give thanks to Dr. Zuniga because on January the 7th, he attended our PTA meeting in the Concilium and the Monte Concilium. Is very important that the superintendents attend these meetings. When we go to the big meetings in the first district PTA, we have to talk about how our superintendents are doing in our high school and also in elementary. And Dr. Zuniga is always there. He's always very, very serious talking about what we are doing and giving a very good information to all to all the ladies who are there representing El Monte City School District and representing our 5 high schools. Thank you so much, Dr. Zuniga. I hope that you are always going to be there with us because I'm the one who has to talk about how our concilium is doing in El Monte. Thank you. I also attend at the 12th, I attend to the PTA meeting that we have in Arroyo High School. And it's not, it's this incredible. We are having our PTAs still alive in our at least 4 high schools in the high schools. They are alive. They are doing it by Zoom and they are preserving the PTA. There is something important that in the PTA, huh? That's the reason this country is such a wonderful country because has so responsible parents, but also they have a responsible superintendent and principals. Thank you very much. The 19th of this month, we started our program, the Girls State. And I got a big surprise that I pray to God that I saw today 2 girls that are in the group of the PTA, of the Girls State. I'm not going to say the names, but I was so happy because with ladies like this, young ladies like this, our school district is going to keep in a very high position. I was so happy to know that these two girls were around us tonight. The 25th, I attended the LACSTA meeting. Oh my goodness, numbers and numbers and numbers, money and money and money. That was really hard to understand all the budget, how it is. But the most important part that they had is that it dealt primarily with the state budget. One really important item concerned mandatory weekly COVID testing out our schools. That is going to be very expensive. But that's the one that LACSTA is proposing. And I was very happy to hear the interest that LACSTA is having in this terrible problem that we are living. And they would like to have our students test every week if they go back to school. But as we have already decided in our Monte Union High School District, it's better keep on having our students with the online education. Face-to-face, we will wait until probably next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Briones. That's all my report that I can give you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. I have a couple items. One is related to the four school closures at Mountain View School District. I think in particular, one of the things that I want to uplift that's going to be important is communication, on our end about what's happening there at Mountain View School District, making sure that we're providing either a link to whatever Mountain View School District is putting out, so parents and siblings know what's going on there. And I think it's just something that we should just continue to track because a lot of our high schoolers, right, have siblings that may go to the Mountain View School District. So that's one of the things I want to uplift, like communication as to what's going on at Mountain View School District. The other thing that I would also like to recommend in light of our conversation around social emotional support services, I was wondering, Dr. Zuniga, if it's at all feasible to maybe bring back a presentation next month, or given the urgency and the need around it, around what's going to happen, or maybe even the February 17th special meeting, just to get a better understanding for us board members as to what social emotional support, increased social emotional support is going to be offered to our students and staff. I'll pause there just to check if it's even feasible to get it on the 17th or maybe next month.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to keep you updated. The purpose of the special meeting for February 17th was to take action by the board about the schedule. So if that's not necessary, we'll gladly provide you with that in March if that's at the direction of the board. We're happy to do that for you. I think it provides us enough time to come up with a plan and really share what we're doing now as we speak.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that if the rest of the board would also be willing to support a March meeting in respect to the social emotional learning support services that are going to be being provided.
I'm very much in support of that, Mr. Diaz. I'm glad that you brought that up. And I know that we kind of expressed, or we said where we were in terms of, continuing to be virtual for the rest of the year. But I think that there's a big urgency in listening to Citlalic and all of her peers that she's talking to, that we need to do something. So I would like to hear, like you, the specifics of what is this going to look like in our classrooms? Because I know that the teachers feel the pressure of the instruction and the pressure of the standards, and I get all that. But I think that if we address the mental health and the anxiety and the depression and the, in some cases, some of the students' suicidal ideations, I think we're going to get more from our students if we address that and have these discussions. But it has to come all the way from the board that we are supportive of these discussions taking place, and it's okay to put instruction like in second place to mental health. That does not mean that we don't care about instruction and going to college and all that. but considering the situation and the pandemic and what our kids are dealing with for such a long period of time, almost an entire year, I think we need to create that environment or foster that, not just giving them resources, but allowing these discussions to take place in different periods, not just, let's say, in the homeroom, but throughout the day, like an overarching theme with specific questions that address the theme, but having the discussions in every period, not just one period and then not touching it again. So those little details. So I'm in support of more discussion about that, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Padilla. Yeah, I think, also I'm open to like Friday memos and staying updated that way, or having that special meeting on the 17th. If you need any authorization of like additional funds or whatever that may look like from the board. Or also just, getting the presentation in March. I want to be sensitive to the need right now and how we can act.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. That's great. Okay.
Mr. Diaz, really quick, we don't want a perfect program, and I say this because, when we started doing ethnic studies, like, we can't wait for the perfect program. We need to just jump into it and start and create these safety nets to get these discussions going, to keep our students from having all that stuff bottled up and allowing them to spill it out, to put it out there. We're never going to have the perfect mental health program. So, the sooner rather than later. Like, I don't want to get into like, well, we're going to do a committee and then we're going to start about what topic are we going to discuss, and, yeah. We need to jump into it and start these discussions. And with our instructional leaders, if they start seeing that some kids need, tier 2 or tier 3, that then these students are then guided in the right direction for, our mental health experts to meet their needs, if it's something that goes beyond the regular classroom.
Mr. Padilla, I'm sorry, if we could allow Mr. Diaz to continue to make his comments, not
Yes,
eat
Mr.
into his
Diaz.
time.
Yes.
Thank you. Just some consensus is all we're looking for. Go ahead, Mr. Diaz. I'll give you an additional minute.
Yeah. So if we're all good on that, I mean, just, sense of urgency on acting on that. My last item is just recently, LA Times put out an article of the best California books of 2020. And one of them was East of East, The Making of Greater Almani. Straight from the description there. It's featuring 32 essays by writers including Alex Espinosa, Salvador Plasencia, and Fragosa. This anthology seeks to restore the silent histories of Almani, the small working class city in eastern Los Angeles County, while also reimagining its future as a community in its own right. The future will not happen in the cities or the suburbs, the editors write, but in the middle, and then Monte and South El Monte have always been in the middle. And so I think it's like fantastic that we have a book about Greater Almani that was recognized in the LA Times as one of the best books of 2020. I know that Fragosa is actually went to South Almani High School. She's an alumnus. I think it's great to uplift and recognize folks, authors in particular, that are writing about Almani and our history that is lost. And I don't know if you all have had a chance to read this book yet, but some of my favorite essays in here are like Life at Marano Beach, the story about Whittier Narrows. There's just like a number of great stories in here, that I think, there's like the Almani's Wild Past. There's, the stories about Art LeBeau, the Starlight Swap Meet. It goes on and on and on, right? And so I guess my ask to the board is if you would be supportive of recognizing these folks here, Romel Guzman, Caribbean Fragosa, Alex Seif Cummings, and Ryan Reft at our next board meeting for their work on the making of Greater Almani and being recognized as a top 10 book by the LA Times.
Yeah, I would be supportive of that. I've actually read the book. I think it's just wonderful. One of the stories in there is actually written by my cousin, so I'm very supportive of the authors of all the stories in there. So I would be supportive of recognizing them, being from our community and getting our stories out.
Absolutely. I'm always supportive of both essays and essays.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any further items?
Yeah, that's all. Just thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me start my timer.
I know you got it, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you.
So just a couple items from me. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Mr. Martin Herrera, Almani's newest council member, who was appointed by the city council at their special meeting last week on January, I believe it was January 26th. I had an opportunity to meet with him already, discuss some items that are going on in the city, and just say, congratulate him on his appointment and wish him the best. The other thing I wanted to bring up is I wanted to check with my colleagues if we would be open to giving staff direction. I know we've talked about sending a letter to Supervisor Solis about assisting with vaccine distributions, but if we'd be open to opening up our schools now, if there were to be pop-up testing centers for COVID-19. Wanted to get your consensus on that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Padilla, Mrs. Torres-Segres, Salcido?
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Zuniga, I'll communicate with you with information that I received regarding some pop-up testing sites. The other thing,
just to reiterate, I sent the letter as well for support. So hopefully,
okay.
Received the email but mailed out.
Thank you. Let me see. I want to remind everyone that next month on December, God, COVID brain, on March 2nd, there is a special election. So please be on the lookout for your ballots. It's going to be an all mail-in election. So you should be receiving your ballot in the mail today, or if not sooner, or later this week. I received, myself and my family received our ballots in the mail today. So please be on the lookout for that. The next item that I wanted to bring up is, where did it go? I wanted to congratulate the Almani Promise Foundation on receiving a $600,000 grant from the California Student Aid Commission. This is funding that the foundation will be able to use to further support our students in our communities to further their education, to go to college, whether they choose to go to community college or they go to university. I think this is great that the Student Aid Commission recognized the hard work that the Promise Foundation has been doing and continues to do. So I want to congratulate them. And then the two final items that I wanted to bring up. One is in 2019 at the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference, the last one we had where we were able to attend in person. I attended one of the seminars, and the two presenters, one of whom is one of the teachers for the Masters in Governance program, Luann Berman Rivera, recommended a book called The Governance Core by Davis Campbell and Michael Fullen. So in preparation, becoming board president at the time, I got a copy of the book and I read it, and I thought it was wonderful. So late last year in December, I had some time and decided to pull it out and read it again just to familiarize myself with it. And I wanted to share a couple of things from the book that I thought were just really key, which will lead me into my final discussion item. In the book, Davis says that there are three realities of governance. One, you are elected as an individual, but you must govern as a member of a team. You didn't get to pick the team. You may not even like everyone on the team, but it's your team. Two, you do not have authority as an individual trustee to fix the problems you promised to fix in your campaign. Only the board has authority to take action. Three, your success as a trustee is completely dependent on the success of your board. The public appropriately tends to judge the success of the board by the board's accomplishments, not by what individuals do. And that really spoke to me because I'm very much a big proponent of ensuring that we stick to our processes and that everyone understands what our role as board members is. So when I reread the book in December, that really spoke to me. The second item that really spoke to me was what having a governance mindset means. And Davis says that having a governance mindset means always keeping the board's focus on the children, watching the budget, keeping focus on the long-term goals of the organization, building and maintaining a strong governance infrastructure, supporting the staff, and creating a positive organizational culture, holding the organization accountable to the community it serves, and keeping the constituents of the organization informed and up to date on the work of the organization. So those two things really spoke to me when I reread the book, which leads me to my final item. One of the recommendations that that Campbell and Fullen make in the book is that as a regular routine, particularly when there's a change in the makeup of the board, that we have in our case, a study session to go over our governance protocols and norms, particularly if you have a member who hasn't been on a board before, or even in this case, because we have a new member who's rejoined the board, but it's a different makeup. So I'd like to get consensus from the board that we meet at our January special meeting date so that we can reacquaint ourselves with our governance protocols and for the benefit of Mrs. Torres de Segrist, who is joining us as a new member with this board, get her input on how we operate as a board and get her acquainted with our board policy and bylaws, as well as the norms and protocols that we adopted in 2018. So that way, if there needs to be any changes or updates, we collectively make that decision. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts.
I'll give you my thoughts. I'll go first. I think Mrs. Torres de Segrist is going to be just fine. I think she has more experience than many of us on the school board. And she's a seasoned board member. And I think that when she has her meetings with Dr. Zuniga, she did that right away to kind of get caught up. And I think it's something that, she will catch up and she will do just fine. So I don't think that that's necessary. But again, I'm only speaking for myself, and that's my opinion. I think Mrs. Torres de Segrist is a college professor. She's got many degrees. She's been through being on different boards, different committees, and I think she will do just fine.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And I do want to ensure that this isn't a knock on Mrs. Torres de Segrist or anybody on this board. Simply, it's a recommendation from the authors of the book that when there's a change in the makeup of the board, and just as a regular practice, that we meet regularly to discuss our governance protocols and norms. But thank you for your input.
Yes.
Anyone else who would like to share? Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Padilla, for your confidence in myself. But, we are human beings, and each day is a new day. And we have to learn every day. And one of the important things that we always have to remember is that we are not perfect. We are full of imperfections, but we are trying to do our best. And especially us, all of us that we are here, because we are here for our students, for helping the Monte Union High School District and all our students that are very important, and we are in charge of them. I really appreciate your suggestions, and thank you very much, Mr. Padilla, for your confidence. But yes, I read constantly. I'm reading all the documents, the new documents that we have about education. Right now, next week, I'm going to attend the convention for legislation about the PTA, and all in that legislation, we are going to talk about board members, how we have to behave in our school boards. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you are telling me, reminding me. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. So just to clarify, are you okay, giving consensus to have the governance meeting at our special meeting date in January?
Yes. Do you want to have the another meeting in January? And
just to go over our governance protocols. That's
oh,
all.
Yes. Of course, I'm going to go back to check the protocols. Are you going to, Mr. Zuniga? Did you send me the protocols from? Because the last time that I was in the board from 2008, 2011, and then from 13 to 16, and now I came back. Do we change something of the protocols?
That's correct. 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
18. I was not.
Revisions to the bylaw, to the board bylaw. And just to clarify, Mr. Briones, were you referring to the February 17th special meeting date?
No, not the February 17th special meeting date, but our special meeting date that we have in January. I'm sorry, February. You're right. I'm still thinking we're in January. February 17th. I apologize. I would actually move it to March because February is a short month.
Okay.
Again, COVID brain. I was thinking it was still January.
Nope.
Yes, so not our February special meeting date, not the 17th, but March.
So we're looking at the calendar. We're looking at St. Patrick's Day, March 17th.
Well, it's not like anyone's going to go out and celebrate that day.
It was just staring at
Actually,
me.
we have the South Amani open house that day.
Yeah.
Maybe we can set some time aside at our regular meeting in March on the 3rd.
Unless the board is open to starting at 4:30 on March.
Actually, I'm sorry. I was looking at
March
it's not even that late, and I'm already.
I don't think I have it 17th. I might be.
I was looking at the wrong month. So actually, March 17th. I would pencil that in March 17th just to have this discussion on our governance protocols and norms, simply because we have a new makeup of the board.
And it's a 5 o'clock start. Is that the same time you guys wish to continue to have a 5 o'clock?
If it's going to be just for this item, if there's nothing that needs to be approved that day, if it's just a study session on March 17th, we can move it up. We can move it up to 6.
Move it to 6 instead of 5?
Yeah. Just so that there's no pressure for folks to rush home from work.
Is there consensus of the board to move forward with the 17th to have that agenda item?
Can I just make a comment, Mr. Briones?
Please.
So at first I was leaning towards no, but in hearing Ms. Estela Torres de Segrest, I will, for her benefit, to be supportive. I'm assuming it would be like a refresher course, Mr. Briones. Is that correct?
Yeah. So if you recall, when we had our governance meeting in 2018, it was basically for us as a board to sit down with our governance team with Dr. Zuniga and establish how it is, we want to communicate, how it is, we're going to run meetings, how it is you bring an agenda item up, things like that, just as a refresher for us, but also to reacquaint our new board member.
I'll be supportive.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion, Mr. Diaz?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your support on this. And then one final item for me. Mr. Padilla's comments regarding Mountain View School District earlier, I just wanted to clarify or offer my own information on that. Although it is unfortunate when any school closures take place, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be judging any other school district without knowing the information that they have. When Mountain View School District's board made their decision or gave direction to staff, because they haven't actually approved any school closures, they just gave direction to staff to come back to report back on what it would take to close 4 schools, merge those campuses. It was only a direction to staff. It wasn't an actual vote to close anything. And I do want to clarify, it was a vote of 4-1 with member Wu voting against the foreclosures. So it was board member Cifuentes, Diaz, Saldana, and Carranza who voted to give direction to staff. But at the same time, the reality is that in Mountain View School District, in my discussions with their board, their campuses, all of them are at half the capacity, at 50% capacity. It's an untenable situation. We all are facing declining enrollment. We have been facing declining enrollment for many, many years. And it's not a decision that any board would want to make. I know I certainly wouldn't want to have to make that decision. But the sad reality is that we've been facing this decline in enrollment. We've known about it since as far back as 2000, When I was with the district, we received a presentation at a board meeting 2007 from Davis Demographics. It's not a surprise. And to clarify, this isn't a school closure during COVID. COVID just happened to take place while the process was already happening for Mountain View School District. They've been having these discussions for 2 years now. They've had community meetings and presentations, and they still haven't actually voted on what they're going to do. They just gave direction to staff. If anything, I would wish that us as a board would be supportive of them and the very difficult time that they're going through, because it is a very challenging time, and I don't think any board member wants to make that decision. So with that, thank you everyone for your input today during our roundtable. At this time, we are going to recess into closed session. Legal counsel, if you'll please read us in.
Thank you, Board President Briones. Closed session items tonight are item A, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E2, facts and circumstances relate to a district agreement. For item B, it's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, existing litigation, case number 20STCV01987. Item C is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release, 3 matters. Item D is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations for EMUHSD. And item E is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations for CSEA Chapter 11. I don't know if there was any public comments for any of the closed session items.
No public comments at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. So at this time, we will recess into closed session. Welcome back, everyone. At this time, we are going to reconvene at a closed session. Legal counsel, if you could please report out.
Thank you. For item A, no action was taken. For item B, no action was taken. For item C, no action was taken. For item D, direction was given, no action was taken. And for item E, direction was given, no action was taken.
Thank you so much. So at this time, tonight I move that we adjourn in memory of George Estrada, who passed away on January 25th from COVID-19. Mr. Estrada was our maintenance and operations coordinator. He worked for the El Monte Union High School District for 3 years, giving his time and talents to help support our staff and students. Mr. Estrada is survived by 2 adult children, a daughter currently attending Cal Poly Pomona, and a son on active duty with the United States Marine Corps. Our thoughts go out to Mr. Estrada's family at this difficult time, as well as to Mr. Estrada's many colleagues and friends in the district. Without objection, we will adjourn tonight at 11:22. Please stay safe and have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good night.
Good night.